Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Wonderful. And am I audible enough?
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. So yesterday we were primarily talking about the essentials of Agile as a business philosophy and what it exactly means to do Agile and be Agile. See, doing Agile is something that you're forced to do something without the real interest in it. Essentially, you're doing it because someone from the process or from the quality will come and catch you and say that there are a couple of defects, you're not following Agile, there are a couple of non-conformances, there are a couple of observations. To take care of these kind of day-to-day transactions, you are trying to say, I'm doing something on Agile. Being Agile is something where you imbibe the principles of Agile with a level of maturity. What I mean by this is, essentially, you can go towards a stage of being Agile only when you do Agile. When you do Agile, you will be able to see some inherent benefits by working on an Agile project. And that if you start taking into action slowly, it becomes a being Agile kind of a syndrome. See, yesterday we were talking about the 4 line items of the Agile manifesto. What is it? Individuals and interactions over individuals and interactions over. Are you guys present?
Yeah, over tools and techniques. Tools and
Individuals
something you
and
are there.
hello, individuals and
Tools and
interactions over processes and tools, sir.
yes, sir.
Okay.
Processes and tools. Yeah.
Yes. Customer collaboration over
Contract negotiation.
wonderful.
Contract negotiation.
Responding to change over
Working software.
responding to change over following a detailed plan. And the most important of all is working software over working software over now is it visible? Working software over
Working software.
Comprehensive documents, sir.
comprehensive documentation. You remember, instead of my
Yeah.
giving you a 100 or 150 page document of how a pencil was designed, if I show you how pencil works, it means everything, right? So
Right.
these are the key aspects of the Agile Manifesto. And then we've also learned about the Agile principles, and we've also understood a couple of frameworks under the Agile banner. One of the most commonly used frameworks is Scrum, but Scrum is not Agile. Scrum is one of the frameworks that uses Agile as a business philosophy, and there are other practices like extreme programming, which is called as an engineering practice. And essentially, we were also trying to understand the spectrum of complexity, which is the basis of the choosing of a framework under the Agile philosophy. And in this, we found out that the processes essentially can be a simple, a complicated, a complex, and a chaotic, or to do it yourself. I'll just open up that file, whichever we discussed yesterday. Just give me a minute. I will work on this. I'm just trying to find out. Yes, no. Yes. Is this visible?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is the model which we were discussing yesterday, and this is the one of the basis for choosing of an agile framework for execution. And then we've also understood in detail about the APM or the Agile Project Management Framework, where the steps are envision, speculate, explore, adapt, and closure. And we have got into details of the envisioning phase, and we've understood the basis of a business case, a project charter, a user story, and we've also understood criteria on how the user stories are created. One is the invest model: independent, negotiable, estimable, valuable, sizable, and then testable. Then we've also understood the basis for this is the pull based agile, which is Kanban, and from there only we have seen extreme programming as an engineering practice. Core aspects of Scrum as a framework have been copied from the extreme programming or strongly imbibed from extreme programming. The basis for extreme programming would include a card, a conversation, and a confirmation. So the classification of stories would actually mean epic, theme, feature, and a task. And one of the key artifacts of an agile program would include a product backlog. The roles in an agile program would typically include a servant leader. If it is a Scrum project, he'll be called as a Scrum Master. If it is a Kanban project, he'll be called as a Kanban Master. And the team of developers, testers, and business analysts are collectively called as a development team. The person from the business, the key representative of business, is called as a product owner. Then there is another requirement prioritization method by which you get to understand the requirements. One is called as the MOSCO, which is the must have, should have, could have, and won't have set of requirements. And typically a user story is written in the form of a user, functionality, and benefit. And an ordered set of user stories in a product backlog for execution is what you call as a story map. Basic criteria for coming up with user stories would include deep and invest criteria. I'll be sharing this Excel sheet and that notepad file with you after our training session. Okay. And then we have also understood that risk factor is very high in an agile project. And basically, agile as a project means to fail fast and obtain fastest feedback so that we can tailor the outcome of the project in the direction in which the customer wants. We've also understood some basics about estimation, which is the PERT or the weighted average technique. The pessimistic plus 4 times most likely plus optimistic divided by 6. And at the stages of team formation include the forming, storming, norming, performing, and now adjourning. Any product owner for that matter, while deciding on a user story, has 3 metrics with which he comes up to discuss the business priority. One of them is internal rate of return. The second thing is net present value. The third thing is return on investment, or also called as return on assets. So with all these things, now we will be entering into another framework, which is extreme programming. So far, so good. Any questions? Is it clear?
Yes, continue.
Can you continue? Okay. So what we will do is, today we will try to run through many of these frameworks because we will have to cover many things today, and we will touch upon the key aspects. Detailed aspects, I will give you a heads up, and then we can have an offline discussion for the benefit of time. Is this agreement fine with you people?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. See, extreme programming is one of the earlier engineering frameworks which primarily used agile as a business philosophy. And if you look at it, the whole thing is a very, very simple approach. And because it is so simple, it becomes difficult. The simplest things in the world are always the most difficult ones, right? So that's why extreme programming is a very difficult one. Essentially, if you look at it, it talks about whole team activity, the planning game, small releases, customer testing, collective ownership, code standard, pair programming, simple design, metaphors, continuous integration, sustainable pace, and test driven development. Okay. By the way, we also discussed about this yesterday, right? Ideal days, and Raj was telling he's the only person who's working for 9 hours 15 minutes in the office, right? Remember?
Yeah.
He was working for 9 hours 15 minutes, and then after discussion, we agreed that it will be 6 hours 30 minutes, right? So an ideal day and an actual day are different. Ideal time is the time where you're supposed to be working throughout. So Raja was actually talking about an ideal day, 9 hours 15 minutes I'm in the office. Actual time is the number of hours or number of minutes you have clocked to deliver business value to customer. And we also understood velocity is the number of stories which a team delivers per sprint. So these are all things which you have actually covered yesterday, and whatever we have covered I will be running through quickly. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, fine. See, essentially, we were talking about a flow-based agile and a pull-based agile. You remember yesterday? A flow-based agile and a pull-based agile. You remember yesterday
Yes.
we were talking about this? See, I'm just coming
Yeah.
into that.
Tool-based is Kanban.
Pull-based agile is Kanban, and the both of
Yeah.
flow-based agile is Scrum,
Scrum.
Lean, Extreme Programming. Right? See,
Right. Yeah.
we will now understand a small board which is also called as a Kanban board. Have you ever been to your HR bay in the office? I
Yeah.
probably think it's a very, very silly question to ask, right? Most of us go to the HR bay to have some clarifications in our office. There, if you probably look at the board closely, they will be having a small board where only 4 things will be present. One is, I will just display this to you. I'll open up another tab. This is day 1, ACP. If you look at it, they'll be having a board of this kind. Candidates selected, no. Candidates considered for second round. Did you ever have a chance to look at something like this on their bay? Have you ever seen something like this?
Yes. Actually, they generally make a Excel means like a printed sheet they are
They will
using.
be dealing it as an Excel. I am drawing it to you as a board.
Right.
Okay. Day 150. Okay. Let us give some numbers. This is just I am giving round numbers so that it becomes easy to understand. Okay. If you look at this, let me try to center the number so that you can see this. See, if you look at this, if you look at candidates interviewed, let us say they have interviewed 30 candidates. Candidates considered for second round 20. Candidates considered for HR round is 15. Special cases 3. Closed candidates list 10. Okay. Have you seen something like this? Will be okay. I'll just
Yes.
complete the board for you. Candidates interviewed 30, and then now let me add this 20 plus 15, 35 plus 3, 38 plus this is yes. Okay. So essentially, if you look at this, there is a board which talks about total number of candidates who are present is 50. Candidates who are interviewed 30. Candidates considered for the second round is 20. Candidates for the HR round is 3. Some special cases where they have not, they would want to consider this on hold, or this profile is put on hold, or some special case. 3. Close candidates list. So essentially, if you look at this kind of a board, don't you think this is a very, very clear board where you can understand where there's a typical bottleneck on any activity? Don't you think this board will give a clear indication if something is stuck somewhere during course of an activity execution? Let us say the candidates considered for the second round is 20, and all of a sudden it becomes 35. What happens? Somewhere 5 candidates have been added from 30. So it has actually become 35. So this board, the column C, needs to be updated. It will become 35. So candidates for the next round will be around 25. Now, do you understand? The idea in putting up this kind of a board is it helps you identify where the work is smooth and where the work is held up. This kind of a board is what you call as a Kanban board. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Have you understood? See, essentially the idea is, if you look at it, holistically speaking, this concept came mainly from manufacturing and aerospace, as we discussed yesterday. All these lean and agile concepts are strongly imbibed from the manufacturing and the aerospace background. Essentially, if you look at it, you will be having a list of activities, a milling machine, a lathe, a grinding, a surface grinding, a boring, and a reaming. So all these machines you cannot switch off and switch on only when it is needed. The power consumption for the machine to get started is high. So you have to run this machine in an idle condition without giving any job. But if you're running the machine for more time in an idle condition, that it's a waste of a resource, because the machine is also running, it is wasting some power, and you're not utilizing the machine for the activity for which it was intended. So a board would actually be created which says machine 1 used, machine 2 idle, how many parts from machine 1 have moved on to idle machine 2. So in this activity, if you look at it very closely, the activity where the bottleneck comes into picture is very clearly identified. So if there is an activity, if from the supplier itself, if you have ordered 10 parts and only 8 parts have come, it means to say that there is a bottleneck from the supplier. So there's no point in saying that the machine has not worked or the job is delayed. Now you will put 2 from the supplier's end. And if a machine is capable of working on 4 parts, and if I'm giving 5 parts, then the work in progress has actually exceeded by the natural amount. So that becomes an inherent bottleneck. By actually aggregating each of these small activities, you will know that all these small or little things eventually cascade towards complete upsetting the turnaround time of the activity for which you had promised to the customer. This board, which is a visible board from where you have actually tracked this number, is what you call as a Kanban board. Do you know what is the actual form of Kanban? Kan is called as a card and ban is called as a movement. It is a Japanese word.
So it's something like a dashboard that we generally
saw yesterday. Remember?
Yeah.
The 3C concept was very strongly present in Kanban. Only from Kanban it was imbibed in extreme programming, and from extreme programming it was translated to Scrum. Okay. So with this, we will try to understand what is the basis of a cycle time and a lead time. Essentially, the cycle time and lead time is primarily applied in Kanban as a framework. You need to keep track of 3 things while calculating cycle time: the entry date, the start date, and the done date. Typically, the entry date and the start date need not be the same. Supposing a job needs to be, let us say, I'll give you an example. You need to actually cut a steel block into 2 pieces and it has to be done tomorrow. Do you think that steel block will be arriving on the spot and then and there they'll cut it and they'll give it to you?
No.
They will actually arrange all the blocks in a place from the godown or from the warehouse. Then they will ideally turn on the machine, cut the blocks, and then they will give it to the customer who has required the blocks. So entry date and the start date is actually not the same. It need not be the same. So if you look at it, the entry date and the done date is what you call as a lead time. Have you understood? Yesterday the steel block came, and 2 days down the line I have cut the block. That is called as a lead time. The working time is actually, that is the day when you actually started the work and the time you got it done. So this is one primary difference. You need to understand. The lead time is from the time the job has actually arrived on the spot, whereas the cycle time is the time from which you have actually started the activity. You understood? This is very important for in a project where there is a pull-based agile, right? Shall we move on?
Sir, cycle, it means that cycle time is more than always, means always larger than lead time, right? Because
Working cycle time will actually be less than the lead time, because lead time takes into account the arrival of the activity.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is something which we saw yesterday, the sprint backlog, decomposition, and then they sign up on accordance with the set priority and the team members gets. It is something where the team members are empowered. That video, I hope you would have seen through both the videos, right?
Yes.
Most of whatever we will be talking now, I will be showing here. So I will not give much attention to these things which is covered in that video. Which is not covered, we will give attention, right? The sprint backlog was covered there, and yesterday also discussed this extensively. So I will be moving on from the sprint backlog. Essentially, these are all the stories which we will be working on the sprint. And can the contents of the sprint backlog be altered during course of execution of the sprint?
No.
No, it should not be. It should not be altered.
But in real time, everything gets altered. And then what do we do? It gets altered, and then on whom will she put the blame on? Agile.
Developer.
Agile.
Customer.
Developer.
But yesterday we discussed in one situation where the sprint backlog will get altered, right?
If that's a different case altogether. You're working on a sprint which is the worth of the sprint is $10, and another sprint where the product owner says the worth of the sprint is $10,000. Which will you want to work on, $10 or $10,000?
10,000.
10,000. So if you are currently working on the $10 sprint, the best idea is to scrap the working or close the working of the $10 sprint, put it back to the product backlog, and start working on the $10,000, because it is all about value being delivered every time.
Right.
Okay. This is something which we saw. This is just a summary of the APM framework. Now, we've also seen something about the poker card estimation. You remember, right?
Poker plan, yeah.
Poker plan. This play game, daily planning, iteration demo, all those retrospectives, those things would have been covered in that video of Lisa Atkins, which you saw just now. So, if you look at Scrum, I will summarize Scrum as a framework using a number principle. 3 roles, 3 artifacts.
Can you give one example for cycle time and lead time in software context?
Okay. Cycle time. I will tell you this. See, supposing you are working on a project which is on a pull-based agile. Okay. Your customer actually gives in the request on the product backlog, but once the stories are actually executed on the put on the product backlog, you will not start working on the product backlog then and there itself. You will need to do an estimation. You will need to understand what is it that can be delivered from the stories, what is it that can be traded off, and what is it that needs to be negotiated. You agree?
Yeah.
Do you go ahead and start executing the stories the minute the product owner puts it onto the backlog?
No.
Yes. After putting it to the backlog, then we.
Backlog needs to get created. See,
Yeah.
first thing is the backlog needs to get created. And in the process of the creation of the backlog, the day in which those stories are created, that is where the lead time starts. And the cycle time starts when you start executing those stories. Is this clear?
Yeah.
Yes, means when we are working on like developing, building and testing, then the lead time will
Excellent.
start.
Exactly. Three roles and those 3 ceremonies. Okay.
Vikas, can you please repeat the thing again? What you said? Development.
See, actually, every iteration is like composed of development, testing, deployment, and all this, right? So
Yeah.
once the backlog is prepared, and then you take any project, so at that time your lead time actually starts, and the steps that you are like repeating in every iteration, that is the cycle time. Like the cycle time for
Cycle
one
time is
iteration
for
maybe.
stories. It applies to stories.
Yeah, if I'm telling that if for a story one iteration is taking like 20 hours, so as we go deeper into iterations, like the second time the same story may take like 10 hours. So as we go down the iteration, the cycle time keeps on decreasing, and your lead time will be actually the addition of all those iterations. Like in one story it is taking like 4 iterations, so I hopefully that the addition of all those iterations will be the lead time, and every individual iteration is the cycle time for every particular iteration. Correct, sir? If I am correct, and then
Yes.
and if I am wrong,
You are right. I'm listening to you guys. In fact, I'm typing out something for you for a Scrum project, with which I will be skipping on the entities of Scrum, because this is a summary of what Scrum is all about. And all of it is actually available in that video which you saw there.
okay. Sir, can you help us like in the poker planning? Actually, we are estimating something, right, sir? Like we are estimating the. We are not normally we are giving the estimation in hours, but in poker planning is just a rough idea that okay, for this user story I'm going to arrive at okay, this is going to take like 40 story points or 10 story points. So
Okay.
just in order to get like a rough or better understanding of that method, can you help us with one example, 1 or 2 examples?
I'll look into it. Please give me some time. I'm just typing out something for you.
Yeah. I have one small statement. Please, can you check if I'm wrong, right or wrong? What will be the closing of a lead time? The closing time of a lead time.
Once the job is over.
Done.
Once the complete the project is over, or once the particular product backlog is closed.
That line item on the backlog is closed.
Okay.
That activity. So many other backlog grooming, sprint planning. Okay. Sprint release, sprint execution, sprint review and demonstration. Actually speaking, it should be 4 ceremonies, but then I think I added one extra ceremony. Okay. See, essentially, if you look at it, Scrum as a framework can be summarized with this number 344. You agree? 3 roles: product owner, Scrum master, and the development team. And the 4 ceremonies. Earlier it was called as ceremonies. From 2000 it was renamed as an event. This event is your backlog grooming or your backlog refactoring, your sprint planning, and if a sprint is accompanied by releases, it is also called as a release planning. The sprint by itself is an event. So the sprint execution or the sprint itself is an event. And then the sprint review and demonstration. See, demonstration is by itself not qualitative of a review. Many a time we keep hearing saying that demo and review are the same. No. The sprint review is primarily done to take working feedback from your business so that you can inspect and adapt what needs to be correctively done, or if it is accepted, how can we go ahead and take up subsequent stories? And finally, the sprint retrospective to identify where the gaps are and how we can close the gaps and how we can make some adjustments. These discussions are very clearly given in the 2 videos which I have given you. And the 4 artifacts include a product backlog, which is the master artifact. The second thing is a potentially shippable increment. And then third thing is the implicit definition of ready and the explicit definition of done. These are 2 living documents, definition of ready and definition of done. Do you have any specific questions on this? Please let me know.
What is called a scrum butt?
Huh?
I heard something
Scrum
called a scrum butt.
Yes. Scrum and waterfall working together. Scrum fall is called a scrum butt.
Oh, okay.
Project manager should control, but without controlling, can everything happen? Scrum says team should have complete maturity. Do we have complete maturity on day 1?
No.
This is called as a scrum butt. What it is supposed to do, but it is not doing for some reason, that is called as a scrum butt.
Oh.
Got it? Shall we move on?
Yeah.
So essentially we have covered all these things. The basic difference between extreme programming and Scrum is, in Scrum, once the stories are committed in sprint backlog, there is no provision for you to alter the stories because you have done the estimation after a detailed sprint planning. And then once you're starting the sprint, nothing can be done. The only thing that can be done is if features can be traded off, if features can be negotiated, something can be added or something can be postponed to subsequent sprint. But the contents of the sprint backlog are not altered for you to ensure that the sprint has the best deliverable. However, in extreme programming, there is a small flexibility. In Scrum, it is a 2 to 4 week sprint. In extreme programming, typically it is about 1 to 2 week sprint. And once again here, in the sprint or the iteration backlog, if some stories are not worked on by the team members, XP team members, it can be altered. However, the stories which are worked on, that cannot be altered. Now, do you understand the primary difference between extreme programming and Scrum?
Okay, working stories cannot be altered, and worked up programs can be altered in
the stories which are not worked in that iteration backlog can be altered, because primarily it is for the customer you are working, right? However, in Scrum, you are not allowed to alter anything in the sprint backlog, right? So the same thing, breaking the stories, these are all just details. More of us, you can just go through it. This does not require much explanation. It's more or less self-explanatory. This will be shared to you after the discussion. Most of what we discussed yesterday, how this commitment story happens, these things are all explained in slides here. Shall we move on?
Say, for example, I have a story number 2. And when I'm working on the story number 2, there is all the next story gets released. Slowly it comes to the release point. So things that I have not completed in story 2, say for example, like I have some defects. Can I move it as an extension or as a checking parameter into story 3?
Your product owner should give you the feasibility to do that. He should permit you to do that. If he wants it to be fixed in that sprint itself, you better fix it. If you think it can be negotiated or if it requires more time for investigation, then it is the veto of the product owner to understand whether it can be done in the subsequent sprint or in the second subsequent sprint.
Okay, in such a case, so that framework becomes an extreme programming framework, right?
Exactly. See, once again, I'll tell you, extreme programming gives complete flexibility to customers so that the opportunity to fail really, really fast is very high. If something is not working within 1 week, the likelihood of it not working is very less in 1 month. So I will get the quickest feedback so that I can alter what is not working towards what is working. You got it?
Yeah.
So we will move on, and more of whatever you have done. These are all typical Kanban boards we just discussed. Okay. pair programming. We will talk about this pair programming. See, are you very good at finding your own mistakes? Is Raj very good at finding his own mistakes?
Yeah.
You're very good at finding your own mistakes.
Yeah.
You're very good, man. Huh?
But I won't disclose it.
Then there comes a violation of Agile, right? See, the basic human psychology is I am always right. And if you are a developer, the less said, the better. A developer is the center of the entire ecosystem, right? The developer is always right. Only after the developer, the tester comes into picture, right? So the concept of pair programming is such that you have two developers. One person is called as the programmer. The second person keeps on looking at what the other person is typing. In other words, he monitors what the person is typing as a part of the code or the program. The basic psychology behind this is the human mind is very good at finding out someone else's fault, but it's very, very bad at admitting that I have a fault. So what I do is one person types the code, the other person keeps on tracking what is the code, and then what happens is you keep getting a mistake and that mistake gets fixed, and repeatedly what happens after bugs are fixed, the code becomes error free. That activity is what you call as pair programming. Pair programming is not two people working on the same laptop. It's an extreme aspect of engineering practice which provides the best possible code.
Any Dubai client.
Okay. Huh?
Dubai client.
Exactly. Now, this is something which I want you to say. If your work in progress limits, typically I'll tell you how it works. There is something called as a policy adherence when it comes to a Kanban project. A Kanban offers flexibility in as much it does not say that all these ceremonies need to be adhered to. Backlog grooming, sprint planning, sprint execution, all these things need to be adhered to. Kanban never ever says that. It says if something is convenient, please follow it. If something is not convenient, don't do it. That's the basis of Kanban as a framework. So typically a product backlog as an artifact does exist in Kanban. However, if something, let us say for instance, there's a Scrum Master in Scrum. If a Kanban project feels there need not be any Kanban master and a person actually takes a lead, there need not be any specific role. It is just a development team and a person who actually facilitates a team. Typically, we give him the name of a Kanban master. However, if the team feels there's no need for a Kanban master, it becomes self-organized, the Kanban master can be done away with. In Scrum, you do not have that flexibility. You need to have a Scrum master. Okay. The second thing is you have a retrospective. And typically, after every sprint, you have a retrospective. Kanban offers a flexibility. Then after 2 or 3 execution cycle times, if you want to conduct a retrospective, we will do that. Or if you want a retrospective every day, we will do that. Or if you want a retrospective every week, we will do that. Do you think these features are present in Scrum?
No. Retrospective is there, but not so frequent. Like
exactly. If you want frequent retrospectives or if you want late retrospectives, these features are present in pull-based Agile. It is not available in flow-based Agile. Do you understand the basic difference?
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
And there is one more thing. Supposing we spoke about the Kanban board of the HR system, right? We initially fix the number of candidates to be 50. Okay. All of a sudden, instead from 50, it became 150. What happened? The entire work in progress limit was altered. Don't you think it will have a bearing on all the other candidates, all the other columns which are being considered or which are dependent from the candidate's present column? From 50, it became 150, thrice as much. Don't you think it will have an impact on all the other columns dependent?
Yes.
Yeah.
Entire cycle time, lead time gets altered. See, I am giving you a very small number of 50 or 150. Supposing 1,500 candidates turn up for the interview, what will you do? There's nothing you can do. So Kanban mandates one thing: fix the WIP. WIP is called as a work in progress. Okay. If you fix the work in progress limit to a certain value, then beyond that, if the team is capable of accommodating request, you will alter the request. Otherwise, drastic changes like 100% increment or 200% increment are strictly disallowed, because the entire activity will become a bottleneck in itself. Now, do you understand where the adjustment feature of a Kanban comes in picture?
Yes. Suppose
That is the reason.
So it means that. Sir, so suppose already the story has been prepared, and the product owner is asking that okay, in this story if you want to add some new feature. So I hope that in that case the Kanban is more fruitful, because here we have the flexibility to include some changes depending upon the team strength, means after seeing the team strength and size, right? Because in Scrum we can't do that.
Okay.
But as you are saying that in Kanban, after checking with the team whether they are able to do those or put those extra efforts, means we can include.
I will do one thing.
Right?
I will show you a typical Kanban document which we have created for our project in our office. I'll show you a policy document. I will show you a policy document how it works. I'll show you a typical policy document, how a Kanban document is created.
So in that case, why don't we say that Kanban would be the best framework for a project?
Very good question. Once again, if there's a saying in our local dialect, right? Something is called as a horse, the same thing cannot be called for an elephant, right?
You mean to say that you cannot call a horse as an elephant, correct?
You cannot call a horse every time. I'll tell you. I'll show you one typical policy document. I actually want to show you a policy document, how it actually created.
And Shishadri, at the end of the session, will you please give us methodologies on how to crack this Agile exam?
How would you practice?
Methodologies on how to clear the Agile exam.
Definitely. Definitely, I will share whatever little I know on this topic.
Okay.
Just open up Kanban. I'll show you this. This is how a typical Kanban policy document is created. We have created around 5 or 6 policy documents, and I want to show you this. See, mind you, this is completely our organization proprietary, but for your reference, I'm showing this to you. Typically, if you see, this is how roles and responsibilities are created. You look at this, what are the responsibilities of the product owner? Okay. What are the responsibilities of the Kanban master? And then what are the responsibilities of the development team? Are you able to see the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? This is how a typical Kanban policy document is created. First, identify who the key stakeholders are, and then what are their responsibilities, what is the incumbent's name, and what are his primary and secondary roles and responsibilities. Okay. The second thing is frequency of meeting. I told you yesterday, right? If you need a frequent retrospective, we will have a frequent retrospective. If you need late retrospectives, we can go ahead for late retrospectives. If you need frequent demonstrations and reviews, we will have frequent demonstrations and reviews. Okay. What are all the classes of services? What are all the tickets? Is it a standard ticket or is it an expedite ticket? And WIP limits. We spoke about a WIP limit, right? For an analysis activity, the maximum that can be allowed is 1. For design and development, the maximum that is allowed is 1. For a unit testing, the activity is 1. Supposing I am getting 3 tickets for analysis, what happens? 2 tickets will go on low priority and only 1 ticket will assume priority. What happens? The 2 tickets which came in extra will become a bottleneck for 1 ticket which we are going to focus on. So that will assume low priority and only 1 ticket will have a high priority. Now, as Raj asked, why can't you actually have Kanban as a universal policy? There are instances where you can use only Kanban. There are instances where you can only use Scrum. There are instances where you can use a combination of both Scrum and Kanban, which is also called as Scrumban. Yesterday, remember we told you, remember?
Yeah.
Right? And with this, what happens is you will be understanding for what activity you will have to use Scrum. Typical development activities, you can go ahead and use Scrum. Maintenance and support activities, if you start using Scrum, you will never be able to go home. You will be stuck to office. Scrum becomes an overhead in itself. Now for this HR project.
That was I was about to tell, like, for all support and the kind of things we can go with the Kanban policies, right?
Precisely. Kanban is primarily meant for operations work. Supposing you can use Kanban for a project work, well and good. But then the policy needs to be very clearly defined. This is a typical policy document which I have shown you. Right? What is a class of service? What are the escalation? First level of escalation to your Kanban master. Second escalation to the product owner. Third escalation to the CEO, whoever it is. Now do you understand? It's a pretty simple, straightforward process. If you think something can be done, please do it. If something cannot be done, don't do it. That is the basis of using Kanban as a framework. Right? Do you guys want a 5 minute of a bio break?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's around 11:37. We'll come back at around 11:45. Okay, Raghav? Raghav? Hello, Raghav from XLR. We will be coming back another 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Fine. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back. Are you guys present?
Yes.
Yes. What about Vikash? Are you present? Vikash, are you present? I think Vikash is yet to come back. We will start once Vikash is back, because this session which I will be now taking out will be about how WIP limits. We now understood about cycle time and how WIP limits are set in Kanban, right?
I think Vikash is back.
Yeah, Vikash is back. Wonderful. So now I'm having to behave like a school teacher. Are you present? Are you present? Once you are given your attendance, I will start. Right?
You are the product
Right?
owner.
Huh? Who's the product? You are my product owners, man. Right?
Yeah, okay.
And XLR is our stakeholder. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So now we are back. We will now that we have understood the work in progress limits, we understood that if we set some, I've shown you one policy document in Kanban, right? If
Please share the screen.
Sorry?
Please share the screen.
Share this.
You okay?
Sir, so probably in Kanban we are not doing any sprint planning, right? That we
There's nothing called as a
in...
sprint in Kanban.
Okay.
Please understand, there's nothing called as a sprint in Kanban. That is where the prime difference between Kanban and Scrum comes into picture.
Right.
Do what is needed at that instant. If you think something works well by queuing tickets, take it up. If you think something can be executed by means of a sprint, go ahead. There's nothing like a hard and fast rule, whereas Scrum has very clear policies set. You cannot violate rules in Scrum or in XP. But Kanban offers that flexibility.
Right. And
So we shall move on.
Since the Kanban has dashboard, so for the support project, I hope that that will be much.
Exactly, that is the reason. See, this is how support projects typically work on the number of tickets that you are closing per hour or per the turnaround time, and that is where Kanban offers you that level of flexibility. Okay. So one thing is, this is about a work in progress limits. This is another example that is given, and then that's it. Demonstration, retrospective, and then put it. Once you're done, we'll move it back. That's it. We'll move on to the next framework. What happens when something is wrong? Change the plan. Understand where the chances of failure or success are high. Split the scope, slice the scope, or add more scope, whichever is needed. Typically, nobody adds a scope. We only want to cut the scope, right? We are all developers, right? True to our words, we'll try to cut scope. Right?
Right.
Yes. Time boxing. Maximum values delivered only within the given time frame. Something is given outside the time frame, it ceases to have the value which it initially promised to have. Okay. Then a retrospective essentially talks about what was done, what needs to be done, and how are we going to get it done. See, essentially this word retrospective came from the Greek word retrospector. Are you aware of it? Retroward is backwards. And then vision. The Greek word. It is from this that the English word retrospect has come into picture. So backward vision. What we did. What could have been done. And how we can improve what was done. That is the basis of a retrospective. And the story doesn't end there. Supposing we find that something better could have been done, we assign action item owners. You could see all those examples in those two videos which I have given you. That's why I'm not spending too much time on that. If there is something which is not covered in that video, I will go ahead and spend, and you can just read through the video. It's just a demonstration of what was explained in that video. That detail you can see there, and if I can play it here, I'll be very happy. But unfortunately, we don't have a means of doing it. So I've shared the links to you directly. Right?
All right.
We'll move on to this. What is a bug? And then cost per story point. These are all self-explanatory things. The deck will be shared after the presentation. Please look at it. Okay? What is okay?
Sir,
now comes
sir,
the
I have
actual
a
story.
small question. Sir,
Yes.
I have one small question. Sir, during the retrospective, some plan needs to be changed. Who has the authority to change it?
Your voice is very low, gentlemen. You have to talk more loud. I am unable to hear you.
Sir, I am saying that during retrospective, some plan needs to be changed. If you feel it, something need to be changed, then who has the authority to change it? The product owner has the authority to change it, or the team can change it, sir?
If you think you want to include your product owner in every retrospective, then I will consider you to be a very, very generous team member. The first person whom we want to drop from any retrospective is your product owner. Already he is piling a lot of work. It's only the team choice whether they want to include the product owner or not. But typically in a retrospective, the scrum master, the agile coach and the team member decide what went well, what did not go well, how could they avoid what did not go well. In other words, there are the 3-point vision is what the retrospective, it's about what to start doing, what to stop doing, what to improve on what we are doing well. Okay, and then finally, who are the action item owners? And what is the most non-negotiable component here?
Schedule.
If you don't give any person a timeline, he will be very sweetly assuming it towards eternity. Always box it with a time. Within 2 months, I want to get this done. Within 3 months, within the 3rd sprint from now, within the 5th sprint from now, because this is a persistent risk. All these things we need to fix after discussion. Got it? This is the way typical retrospective action item will be captured.
Yeah. Clear.
Okay. Project tracking. If you look at this video which I have given you, they would have explained at length about burn up chart and a burn down chart. I will tell you in essence what this burn up chart and a burn down chart is. Tell me, would you really like to see graphs going down?
No.
No, right? Psychologically speaking, nobody wants graphs to go down, even without seeing what that graph is. Essentially, if it is a list of losses, if it is going down, we'll be very happy. But the human mind typically does not look at a graph going down in a good sense. They will only see the word loss after all the shouting is done. It is a list of the loss which is actually going down, the profits which are going up. So what we do is, in a release burn up, burn down chart, the total number of work which is committed in that sprint. Let us say we spoke yesterday after a detailed discussion with product owners, stakeholders and team. We say that the committed we are going to deliver around 1500 story points. Okay. And the timeline to deliver is 3 weeks from now. So first day, second day till the 21st day or the 28th day. What happens is, as we are delivering value, the graph, will it go up or will it go down?
Sir,
as value increases,
go up, sir.
Graph should go up as value increases.
As we are delivering the work from we are committed around 1500 story points. If we have delivered 400 story points, will the graph run down or will it go up?
Initially, it will go up, but after that, it will go down because we have already delivered the value in initial.
Why should it go up?
Because in initial days, we generally deliver high value, right? Because we pick high value story first.
No. What I'm asking you is, see here. There is a graph. How am I going to draw it to you in Excel?
Let me try to see. The graph will grow up as the value what we provide is going up. If the value or the service what or the thing which we are providing is not in sync is if that is inversely proportional, the graph will go down.
Okay. What I'm saying is, if there is a graph for, let us say, I have promised 1,500 story points. That is the amount of work, and the time box is 21 days. I have delivered 100 story points. So how much work is actually pending?
In how many days 100 work is delivered?
In the 2 days.
Yeah, graph will definitely go up.
1,500 to 1,400. Will the graph go up or go down?
Number of days is
Oh,
only 2, right?
So, okay, you are saying that 100 story points you have delivered in 2 days, and there are 1,000 story points, right, sir?
Yeah.
So I'm asking, will the graph go up or go down?
No, sir. So it is very small now, because in comparison
Yeah,
to
it's a very
1,000,
small.
we have just delivered 100. So it is a small.
Okay. So will it go up or go down? That's what I'm asking. 1,500 to 1,400. If the amount of work delivered is 100, from 1,500 it's come to how much? 1,400. So will that graph go up or go down?
Sir, it should be a small, but it is always moving upwards, sir, because we have to complete, we have to deliver 1,000 story points, but it should be small.
I think you have still not understood the question. You have not understood the question. That is why you are asking this. Please take a look. I'll just play that small video which I spoke to you about, that training, right? I'll just play about that video, and then you will be, I think you will be able to understand why I'm asking you this question. Because if you understand this question.
Before that, can I tell one thing? Like, given that 21 days, 1,500 story points, and 2 days, 100 story points are being delivered.
Wait a minute. Let us see if we can hear this.
The graph will actually be a horizontal line. It should be a horizontal line.
Can you hear what is talking? Are you hearing what is being spoken? Are you able to hear?
Sir,
no.
I hope that it is the same link that you have pinged us, right now, sir?
Are you able to hear what is being played here?
No. No, sir, it is not that much audible.
Okay, I will show you the graph of that burn down chart, and then tell me whether it is going up or going down. Because somewhere I think my understanding of mathematics is going down. Please listen here. Are you able to see this?
Yeah. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 days. Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir. Can I say something? Means what I understand.
Now tell me, will the graph go up or go down?
Given the workload, the graph should go down.
That is what I was asking all this while. I never asked you about how it is going to go up or how is it going to go down. When you have been given 1,500 units of work and you have completed 100 units of work, will the graph go up or go down? That was my question. Difference between listening and hearing.
Yes, sir, down.
Down.
You understood where we are now, where we started from?
Yeah. But
what if
sir, I have simple one here. This is we have actually told you that since we are delivering the high value story in the initial stage, so as we keep moving the days, definitely the graph will be moving towards the down, means towards the left side.
That is what I asked. That was my question.
Yes, sir.
That was my question. Will it go up or go down?
Actually, I think Vikas and myself, we assumed the axis in the other way.
Yes.
Wait. I have not come to the next question. I have not come to that question. This is where listening versus hearing. Right? You understood? I intentionally asked you this question to understand if you heard what I am speaking. You are hearing, you're not listening. My question was, you have been given 1,500 story points of work to get done within 21 days. I have completed 100 story points of work within 2 days. So the net work remaining will be 1,500 minus 100, which is how much?
800.
15 minus 1.
14.
Good. Now you have started to become agile. Good. That on a Sunday. Right? So 14. So the graph is going down, right? Mathematically speaking.
Right.
14 is less than 15, right? Now, this burn down chart is a graph which actually shows the amount of work which is pending, right? So who should actually know the amount of work which is pending? Should the team know that this much of work is pending, or should the management know that this work is pending? Please let me know. Team or management? Huh?
Team should know first. Team should know first.
Team should know, right? Are you in agreement, or do you have a conflict there? Does someone say the management should know the work is pending? If the management goes to the customer and say that this work is pending, do you think any customer will listen to your discussion lightly?
No.
No.
Okay. Now I have got one more question for you. Now, team should know that X units of work is pending. Okay. But management should know Y units of work is completed. Should the team know that this much work is completed? Yes, they should know. But the most important thing that the team should know is how much work they have completed, how much of work is pending. Management should know how much of work is completed, because they are going to talk to customer on what work is, not going to talk on what is pending. They are going to talk on what work is completed. Right?
Right, sir.
You agree?
Yeah.
So we have a graph of, we have had a graph of number of story points versus time. So a burn down chart will actually talk about the entire stories being completed. Ideally, it should trend towards 0. But if the graph is going up somewhere, some scope has been added. Right? That is a clear indication. It is an aggregated chart to show whether some scope is added or some scope is knocked off. Now, what do? Is we plot a reverse graph. Instead of showing the graph of the number of stories versus time, we'll plot a graph of the time versus the number of stories. In this case, will the graph go up or go down?
It will go up. The reverse will go up.
That is what is called as a burn-up chart. You understood? And what is actually being shown in a burn-up chart? Business value.
Okay.
Understood? A burn-up and a burn-down chart typically display what work is pending for the team. Burn-down. Burn-up chart will show what work is accomplished. Okay. And that is important as far as management is concerned. Team should know what work is pending. Psychologically speaking, if someone says some work is completed, they will start relaxing. If you say that the work is pending, they'll start working close. If the management, psychologically speaking, for the management, if you say some work is completed, they are happy. Psychologically, if you go to the management and say some work is pending, they are unhappy. So it is essentially about understanding individuals and interactions over processes and tools. Do you understand from where these issues have actually been plotted from?
I have a small conscious feeling like, is this ethical? Like anyway, like we have to do this, but
Hey, where is the question of ethics? It is ethical, man. It is ethical. The team should know what work is pending. Management should know what work is completed. What is wrong in it?
Yeah, there is nothing wrong in it, but okay.
But I'll tell you, it is about understanding what work is pending. If the team knows, if you are a developer and if you know what work you need to get done, it is important to you. Does it matter? Does it matter that you understand that this much of work is completed? In what way is it of use to you?
No, it is not used to me.
Right, sir.
That's all. It is of utmost use to the management. It is not of much use to you. However, what work is pending will help you prioritize the work for your forthcoming sprint. That pending work is important to you. completed work is of importance to the management. Understand?
Sir, I have one question. But
Please.
if the management, if the management knows that okay, the team is facing some issue due to which they are unable to complete the following task, so that if issue is still persisting with the team, it is the management who should go and talk with the customer that due to this issue, this task is still pending, right? So somehow I'm not saying that management should not know that how much task is incomplete, but a little bit idea management should have that what is still pending.
Definitely that will be given. That is why it is called as a combined burn up charts.
Okay, sir.
Understand? This is called as a combined burn down, iteration combined burn up burn down chart. Right? Now you guys are experts in burn up and burn down charts, man. Good. Already becoming agile practitioners on Sunday.
We started since yesterday.
Yes, now you're becoming full-fledged practitioners. You understand? Total number of stories versus a timeline. This is a burn down chart. See a burn up chart. The time versus the total number of work. It's going other way around.
Right.
Typically, it's a graph which will go up. So it will show the work that is completed.
Right. With time, the story points completion will be more. So definitely. Will go up.
Exactly. It will not show the work which is pending. It will show the work which is completed.
Correct, sir.
Right? This is what is actually shown to the leadership. They'll be very happy seeing this. Graphs going up, graphs going down. So they'll say you are very ethical. You are being very honest. And then you will get your salary increments. Right? Good. So we have covered all these things now. Parking lot. Don't worry. A parking lot is actually used to keep discussions focused and to be productive. We need to have productive discussions, right? And then we need to understand what is the actual requirement a customer needs. And then how are we going to get done within the shortest time? This is something which is typically understood to see where there is a bottleneck. You understand? Somewhere for a second round, you are expecting another interviewer from a panel to be present, and for some reason, for some project, he is not present. Instead of 20, it becomes 35. What happens? Do you think now there is a bottleneck somewhere? That is a parking lot. Why is it held there? How are you going to reduce this 35 to 20? That kind of a discussion is what is called as a parking lot chart. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Cumulative flow diagram. A cumulative flow diagram essentially is one more aspect of a diagram to show how much of features completed over time. It typically depicts 4 points. Is the value being delivered or not? Yes or no? Where are all the bottlenecks? Is the bottleneck an enabler or is an enabler a bottleneck? All those kind of things will come here. What is the cycle time? And is the scope constantly changing? These are all the things which we will be seeing from a CFD. A CFD is also called as a cumulative flow diagram. Okay? The more, it is actually a self-explanatory topic. You can read through it once this deck is shared with you. This shows the progress. This shows the progress, the amount of stories which is completed, and this shows stories which have actually increased. So it is actually a combination. It's actually a detailed description of a burn up and a burn down chart. Yes. Change report versus accepting change. Now this is one of the comparison. You understand? Scrum does not allow any changes in the sprint. XP allows a change in the iteration provided. What is the provision here? Is it for stories that are being worked on, or is it for stories that are not being worked on?
Work down a story, sir.
Stories which you are, let us say, Vishal and Raj are working on 2 stories, and there are 4 other stories which are not touched. So, will XP allow the change of the stories which you are currently working, or for the stories which are not working?
No, XP will work only for not working stories.
Not working.
That is a provision. That is what is called as reading between lines. XP allows a change during an iteration for stories which are untouched. Right?
Right.
Risk management. We spoke about this yesterday, right? Risk management. We will now get into some details. What is risk? What is a risk? An event that arises due to uncertainty, right?
Right.
Do you think a risk can always be closed in a project?
Almost
Let us
certainly.
say
Risk can be handled. Risk management can be handled.
risk can be handled, risk can be mitigated. However,
Yeah.
sometimes it so happens that you may not be able to close a risk. A risk will persist throughout a project. Okay, I will give you an example of such a kind of a project. In one of the customers with which I was working, the risk was the customer wanted a secure ODC. But before this customer came into our office premises, there was another location where another customer had signed up for a secure ODC, and that happened 6 months back. And so we allotted that space. This customer told, you are already having customer 1 there. We need a secure ODC without customer 1 looking at what work you are doing for customer 2. However, after some R&D, the admin came and told that it may not be possible to give you a secure ODC. The customer asked why. You know what was the explanation that was given? Sir, if you are going to ask for a secure ODC, you'll have to demolish the building. We asked, what do you mean by that? He said that for you to erect a secure ODC, we need to put some kind of a framework to ensure that customer 1 does not look into customer's place, 2's place, and that portion is actually running over the beam of the building. So if you want to alter the beam, you cannot do it in an as-is condition. You have to demolish the building, pay us for the real estate, and we'll provide you a secure ODC. Now, do you think this risk can be closed, or this risk will persist throughout the project?
So persist, because you
Understood.
can't go to, yes.
This is a risk which nothing can be done. It is a risk which cannot be mitigated. It has to exist throughout the project, because this is a risk which can only be done with a minimum level of action. Inaction is the only thing which will be persistent. What will you do if there's a beam structure running throughout the entire building? There's nothing that you can do about it, right? So what we need to understand, what is the best that we can do to ensure that this risk doesn't affect our project negatively. Risk essentially is of 2 types. What is a positive risk? It's called as opportunities. Risk negative.
What was the solution given for that?
A negative risk is called as a threat. A positive risk is called as an opportunity. Okay, I'll give an example of a positive risk. Okay, supposing there is an organization which is specializing in currency note printing, which is actually tied with the contract of India, and which is bound by severe legal conditions. Okay, the Reserve Bank can print only 500 crore notes of currency. Supposing on account of demonetization, they could not handle 500 crore notes of currency, and this secret organization which is specialized in currency note printing, if they are having more volume of paper which could actually provide the currency to Reserve Bank of India, is it an opportunity for that organization, or is it a threat for that organization?
Opportunity, sir, because
it is an opportunity for that organization, right? But at the same time, is it an opportunity? Is it a threat for RBI, or is it an opportunity for RBI?
Threat, sir, because it is not necessary that. Yeah.
An opportunity for an individual may be a threat for another, and vice versa. This is what we need to understand. So something may be classified as risk, but it may turn out to be a very good opportunity. Let us say, I will give you one more example. There is an organization with which I was working with. They were specialized in multi-channel retailing for a certain level of inventory handling. Let us say we were handling only around 45,000 items of inventory. Okay, this is across a large leading customer in the Australasia. Now, there was another retailing customer who came from the Scandinavian geography, and he told that we are handling around several tons of frozen meat, and 45,000 line items of inventory may not be sufficient for us. You will have to increase it to about 1 lakh items. We knew that having 1 lakh items may not be our possible solution immediately, because we did not have the infrastructure, or the code was actually deployed in production. Now, for us to retrieve the code and alter it, it may be a difficult thing. But if we are able to tailor the solution and deliver it to that Scandinavian geography guys, and if he's able to sign 2 more such orders, Is it going to be an opportunity or is it going to be a threat for me? I do not have the capability to handle 1 million items on inventory or 1 lakh items. I only have the capacity to handle 45,000. But this customer says, if you are able to give me 1 lakh items of inventory from your inventory handling solution, I will pay you twice as much. At present, I do not have the capability, but I can definitely invest some time and I can bring it up to 1 lakh. In that case, is this customer from the Scandinavian geography, is it an opportunity or is it a threat for me?
It's an opportunity.
It is an opportunity for you to scale upwards, right? Most companies, India. Do you remember of a company called Nokia?
Right. Yeah.
Nokia was a pioneer in mobile phones, but you know what? They were not having a proper risk appointed portal. They thought they were self-sufficient and they could rule the market with time to come. They were not looking at a fact that there were many competitors in the area of mobile phone technology, and what they thought of mobile proprietary was not a proprietary at all. It became a commodity. Today, if you observe, a person from a sweeper, cleaner to the senior most leadership member has a smartphone. Nokia thought that they were pioneers in mobile phone technology and they were not looking at revamping themselves. In other words, they thought all was an opportunity. In fact, they were not observant of the fact that there are many threats around. What happened to the company? It collapsed. Today they are trying to rebuild, but do you think that rebuilding that time, will it take a small time or will it take a long time?
Long time, sir.
It will take a long time because there are multiple players in that market and the name once gone is gone.
Yes,
you will have to really fight hard for you to come back to the same old position. So the rule of the game is maximize your opportunities, cut down your threats, ensure that you have a watchdog to cut down the negative risks and enhance your positive risks. This is the basis of risk management, and essentially the PMBOK or the project management body of knowledge talks about risk management in 6 steps. Plan for risk management, identify risks, perform qualitative analysis. Did we discuss on this sometime yesterday?
About 10 CPM.
Exactly. Estimation. Do you remember? Qualitative analysis. Sorry, my typing is very bad.
Yesterday it was good.
Huh?
Yesterday it was good.
What to do? Today is Sunday, right? I am not as agile as you guys are.
Sir, if you talk like during the demonetization in India, like the banking sector is like during the demonetization when like 1,500 rupees notes are banned. During that time, I hope that the printing for the extra notes, there is an opportunity for the vendors, right? And that is we can call it like
an opportunity for the vendors, but unfortunately these guys did not do.
Yeah.
But at that same point in time, there were other things. See, once again, there were multiple influencing factors. I do not want this to become a political debate. It is an Agile Certified Practitioner session, right? These things we will discuss outside our ACP session, not during the session. Out of scope. Sprint planning, I'm marking it as out of scope. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So essentially, the steps in risk management are these 6. Planning for risk management, identifying risks, performing qualitative analysis, performing quantitative analysis, performing the risk responses. In the subsequent edition of PMBOK, we have an option to escalate risk responses. In the PMBOK 6, you have an option. In PMBOK 5, you have only up to perform risk responses and then ensure risk controls. Right? Now, with these 6 steps, we will get into the details. Traditional risk management has risk persistent till the end of the project because the solution is delivered only towards the end of the time frame. In Agile Is the risk persistent throughout the project, or is it broken down in the sprint?
And it
Broken
gets
down, sir, because
broken in the sprint.
Just broken down in the sprint, right? These are the steps. Plan risk management, identifying risks, performing qualitative analysis, performing quantitative analysis, plan the risk responses or perform the risk responses. Supposing you are unable to do a risk response, you escalate this to the appropriate authority. That has been included in the subsequent edition of PMP 5. Now it is 5. The next thing is 6. And then the next last steps is control and ensure the risk monitoring and the controlling of the risks are done. Right? Now let us see how it is done in agile projects. Plan risk management, identifying risks, classifying the analysis, quantify, plan the risk responses, and then act. Do you think there is just a small change that has happened, right? Classify the analysis. The qualitative analysis is the classifying analysis, and the risk response and control is acting upon. You do not do a big rollout. You act upon it at that very instant during that sprint or during that iteration. What happens? When you act on it in that iteration, the risk gets broken down. Because the risk gets broken down, the value goes up, right? The negative risk has become a positive risk. Your weakness or threat has become an opportunity and strength. What happens? It starts increasing in value, right? Is this clear?
Yeah.
Now, this is how risks are seen in an agile project. A business feature, risk response, and then this you're going to plan and develop, learn, and then once you have that action, I told you about this 45,000 items of inventory versus 1 million items of inventory, right? I currently do not have the provision to develop 1 million. But if I'm doing something to ensure that the 45,000 becomes 1 million, that risk becomes an opportunity in itself, right? That is why it is both business value and risk driven, right?
all right.
Yes, this is what we need to understand. SWOT analysis. What is the SWOT analysis? Strength, weakness, opportunity, threat. I will give you a typical SWOT analysis as seen in our online training session. Strengths. I cannot see you sleeping. That is your strength. My weaknesses, I cannot be able to see you eye to eye. But what is the opportunity? It gives me better chances for me to share more articles of knowledge and real-time examples on how I have done in my project because I am in control of what I am sharing on my machine. The threat is sometimes you may be seeing what I may really not want to share. You understand how it is actually broken? Any activity has a SWOT analysis. You understood? The strength, I'll tell you the same inventory problem. The strength is I already have a 45,000 inventory management software. The weaknesses, I do not have the capability immediately to translate it to 1 million items. The opportunity is I have a customer from the Scandinavian geography who is willing to sponsor 2 or 3 more proposals if I'm able to scale the inventory from 45,000 items to 1 million items. The threat is if I do not do that, I will be missing three procurement orders. You understand?
Right.
Right? Shall we move on?
Yeah.
Yes. Same thing. I do not want to get into the details. We'll move on to the subsequent slide. Core risks. What is scope creep? What is creep, by the way?
Creepy.
Creep has a very negative connotation. A slimy creature who has no ethics. Is the actual meaning of the word creep. Creep, on the other hand, has another meaning. It is typically associated with structure loading. The degeneration of a material on account of consistent loading is what is called as creep. So, what is scope creep? Changing of scope. Negatively by constant changing called as scope creep. Do you think scope creep is very good for an agile project? See, change is welcome in an agile project, but you need to remember there is a term and condition. The change is welcome in as much it does not break the sprint or break the release. If a change is going to break the release, do you think any product owner will encourage, any team will encourage that change?
No.
Either the change has to be negotiated to the subsequent sprint, or a portion of it is done during that sprint or postponed for subsequent sprints. This is where the story map comes into picture. You got it? Now, productivity variation, specification breakdown, intrinsic schedule flaws, and personal loss, core areas of risk. Now, let us try to classify some risks. If it is a solution description, does it satisfy your requirements? Does it show the intended performance, quality, and features? If it is a timeline, is the project on schedule? Budget, is it well within the budget? Privacy, does it have legal policies with which someone does not get into your data? Security, is it protected, or do hackers have access to the data? Resources, man, machine, and material. And scope, is the scope constantly changing, or are you having proper checks and balances to ensure that the scope does not derail the entire project? Right? This is where risk classification is done. Quantify risks, probability and impact analysis. What is the probability? It is a number of instances an activity can happen. Okay. The impact is what kind of an outcome will this change have? Will it be adverse or will it be positive? Who will assess that? This we will be seeing now. Okay. The impacts are extreme. May result in a 50% over budget. Project is late by 50%. And it could affect the organization's image in the market or in the job scenario. The high budget overrun by 25%, it can be late by 25%, but functionality or quantity can be better. If it is moderate, 10%. See, let us understand, anything more than 50% in terms of excess is an extreme impact. No organization can run with a 75% delay on project schedule or budget. And if it is 25%, there could be a negotiation. And if it is a moderate project, it is around 10%. 5% is okay. 5 to 10% is perfectly fine. Customers are more or less willing to accommodate a change in 5 to 10% of the triple constraint. But schedule is something that they will really not want to trade off. Minimum is something where really no action, or the actions are practically negligible. Okay. These are some numbers from the rule of the thumb, which is practically followed in every project. You may just want to take a look at this before we move on to the subsequent slide. 50%, 25%, 10%, 5%. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. What's this probability ranking? 5, 90 to 100%, very likely to occur. 4, 61 to 90, likely to occur. 3, may occur. 2, unlikely to occur, very, very unlikely to occur. Right? Probability and the impact. This is the matrix. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. High probability and high impact. High probability, low impact. Low probability, high impact. Low probability, low impact. This is the way the impact probability matrix is generated. Do you see this?
Yeah.
This is what is called as a PMI matrix. Yes. Planning risks, where you take risk from a risk register, typically speaking, timeline, cost, schedule, risk factors, and then channel partners not providing the data, or channel partners not showing the exact vendors, or the liaising has problems. Then UAT defects are not completely fixed. Customers suggesting that additional resources may need to be added. All of these have impacts on the triple constraint, right? Cost, scope, and schedule. This is the way where we draw inputs from the typical risk register and put a risk rating. Most of you from waterfall projects would have seen all these things in detail. However, in agile projects, we may not have the liberty of having a risk register because the time to get done with the work is 2 to 3 weeks of a sprint. In effect, we are breaking down the impact of the risk well within that iteration. So we do not go for a comprehensive risk register because risk register is typically prepared for a very large project. When your project itself is being executed in short durations, having a risk register is meaningless. Is this fine?
Sir, one question. Here the number which is shown in the color, what is it exactly? It is the day or the hour or the probability? What exactly it is? Like for the critical it
Percentage,
is showing
likelihood of occurrence. It's a very high likelihood of occurrence. It's a percentage.
like, okay.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Fail fast. First things first. Risk response strategies. See all these things? See, there are 3 response strategies. Mitigate, reduce the impact, avoid, facing the risk. The third thing is contain the risk. Fourth thing is evade, do nothing and expect yourself to be lucky. Sometimes this evasion may not be very lucky. You land into deeper problems. A customer can come and ask, I've pointedly been telling you that this software solution is not being developed within 3 months. I'm going to cease the contract. You hope and expect that the customer that even after 5 months you're not delivering the solution. Do you think a customer will be very happy guy? The contract is highly to be cancelled. That is where this evasion comes into picture. But on some instances, you have to evade the risk. And like I talked about the beam of the building, you can do nothing about it, right?
Right.
Do nothing. That is where these are all the strategies. Risk
And
profile.
where
There's something called as a risk burn down chart. Yes, please.
and what about the contain, sir? How do we contain the risk?
Contain the risk. What is the second plan? See, all these risks primarily have impact when the impact of the action has a life-threatening scenario. Let us say I think you spoke about this raid yesterday. Remember?
Yeah.
Remember? The raid is actually the containing of the risk. I'm having 5 or 6 images of the same data real time. Even if 2 or 3 of my data images are gone, from the 4th or the 5th, I will be able to pull in the data and I can start my work as usual. By the time I recover the data from the 1st and the 2nd, the 3rd and the 4th is already operational. That is how you will be able to draw a risk burn down chart. What are all the risk burn downs? This is a sample risk burn down chart profile. Okay. JDBC driver performance, calling store procedures, remote apps to PDS, and then Oracle warehouse builder stability, and then PST changes for British Columbia. This is a typical example on how it happens. It was high in January, low in February, March, and April is virtually gone down. And burn up, burn down chart. Risk burn down chart happens more. See, the burn down chapter after risk is going down when it is a risk burn down chart. The risk burn up chart shows as the number of features are existing, the work which is completed, the risk is low. But for features which are not completed, the risk still persists, right? That is where the risk chart goes up. So you understand how the burn up and the burn down chart comes here. For features which are pending, the burn down chart stays as is. For a risk burn down chart, it is similar to your typical burn down chart where you show the work that is pending. The work that is completed, the risk is 0. And risk factor is still pending only for the work which is not yet done. However, for a risk burn up chart, it shows the work that is completed. It shows what amount of risk has been eliminated and what work risk is still persistent. Right? Got it?
Yeah.
Yes. Risk adjusted backlog. This is where the risk factor comes into picture. You remember we spoke about these 3 metrics yesterday. NPV, IRR, and also ROI. You remember? These are 3 metrics with which a product owner typically assigns story. High value, high risk, high value, low risk, low value, low risk, and low value, high risk. You understand? This is how backlog stories are created. And this work is done during the product backlog grooming session, where if your project is actually going to deliver a software solution in terms of a release, it is a release backlog. And if it is going to deliver in terms of sprint, it's going to be a sprint backlog. But how are you actually bringing in the line items of the backlog? When you're drawing a story map and when you're accounting for risk, it becomes a risk adjusted product backlog. Right? Yes. Contingency reserve and management reserve. This is where you need to understand some basics of project costing. Okay, let us try to understand this. You remember yesterday, I will give you an example of this. Where is this? Okay, let us say Vishal office starts at around 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay, Vishal, your office starts at 9 o'clock in the morning, right? Hello, Vishal.
He's not here.
Oh, sorry, Vikash. Vikash, your office starts at 9 in the morning, right?
I think he's dropped off.
Oh, he's dropped off. Is it okay? Let him join.
Okay.
This
And
is where
yesterday I was talking about this raid, right? Not that system raid. I was talking about something called as like these people have a practice of using this risk assumptions, issues, and dependencies. That raid.
Hmm. Hmm.
So where will that have a significant effect? And is that mandatory to do that raiding thing?
Risk, assumptions, interdependencies, and
No, issues and dependencies.
issues and dependencies. This is nothing but a SWOT. Strength, weakness, opportunity, threats.
Okay.
It's the same thing. Is Vikash come back?
Sir,
Anji.
sir, I have one question. If I talk that okay, my whole story has been broken into 5 components, and I am delivering I have completed 4 components, and my 1 component is still pending. But sir, how can I say that my 4 components which has been completed is now having 0 risk? Because still it is needs to be integrated with the 5th component. So somewhat little risk is still there with the 4 component, whether it work with the 5th component or not, or whether
That is where the persistent risk is there. That is the aspect of the persistent risk.
Okay, sir. Okay.
That is the aspect of the persistent risk. That is where the risk burn-up chart shows that in.
Okay.
Understand? Right? Now, so Vikash, to understand contingency reserve and management reserve, we will take Vikash going to office daily. And Vikash, I assume your office starts at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now, let us take, for example, Vikash may be a very prompt person going to office exactly at 8:59. He's at 8:59. But I'll take another instance of Vikash where if I say 9 o'clock, he comes only at 10 o'clock. Okay. And then I am Vikash's project manager. And if I know anything, there will always going to be a lead time of 1 hour. We spoke about lead time and cycle time, right? So if I say something, if I say I say a hour to Vikash, it is always going to be a plus 1 hour. Okay. I know this is the way he's been operating. Now, then what I say is, boss Vikash, tomorrow our big boss is going to come for a town hall meeting. Okay. This meeting is going to start at around 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay. But I know for a fact, if I say Vikash has 9 o'clock, what time will he come? 10 o'clock, right? So what happens is, I will say, and in the back of my mind, I know that this meeting with my vice president is only going to happen at around 10:30. Do you think I will reveal that information to Vikash?
Not required, sir.
Not required, right? So what will I say? I will say the meeting is going to start at 9 o'clock, Vikash. Please be in office on time. Okay. Now,
Right.
I know if I say at 8 o'clock, he'll come at 9 o'clock. If I say 9 o'clock, he'll come at 10 o'clock. Unusually on that day, Vikash comes to office at 8:45 and he comes running and then he says, I'm here in the office. Please tell me when is the meeting. If I'm a clever manager, I will say that even I am waiting for him to come. Please go and have your breakfast and then come and meet me. See, Vikash goes, runs, has a very quick breakfast and he comes to my place at around 8:59. And then he says that the vice president is on his way to office. I think there'll be around half an hour or a 40-minute delay, knowing fully well that he'll come only at around 10:30. So I'll give some work to him. I'll get that work done. Okay. Now, is Vikash aware of the fact that I know the work is going to happen only at 10:30, but I'm trying to get some work done until then? Is Vikas aware of it?
No, sir.
No, right? So the meeting is definitely going to happen at 10:30. The vice president comes at 10:30. And another instance happens is the vice president's big boss, executive VP, calls him. Okay. And he says, drop the meeting for today. I want you at my place immediately. Okay. Now, this vice president will have to go and meet his EVP. That meeting, which was scheduled to happen with Vikash's boss and Vikas, was cancelled. Do you think Vikash's boss is aware of the fact that this meeting is going to be cancelled because the EVP called him? Is he aware or is he not aware?
So, but the cancellation is coming from VP, right now?
EVP.
Okay.
Will your boss be aware of your, say, VP's cancellation?
No, sir.
No, right? Yes.
Right.
This is what you actually talk about an entity called as known knowns, known unknowns, unknown knowns, and unknown unknowns. Okay. I know for a fact that you will come to office daily 1 hour late. So that is a fact that if I do something and say that the big boss is going to come to office today, please come to office on time. On that day, you will start from home at around 7:30 or 8 o'clock, assuming that if you're going to come to office by bike and you don't have a flat tire, you'll start from home at around 7:30, right? Or 7:40. And then you'll be in the office by around 8:15. The known unknown is, even if you started early and if you have got a flat tire, you will not know, right? That bike you have not driven for quite some time. If you had a flat tire, then you'll have to wheel and then you'll have to run to office, do everything to ensure that you're in the office by 8:30. So that is a known unknown for you. However, your boss knows that this meeting is going to come to you. This meeting is going to happen only at around 10:30 in the morning. So that is an unknown known for you, whereas it is a known unknown for your boss. This known unknown is what you call as a contingency reserve. Okay. This contingency reserve is actually a time-phased approach, knowing fully the behavior of the system which you are interacting with. Okay. Now, coming back to the same discussion, the executive VP has called us VP for a discussion, and your manager himself is coming to know that the meeting which was supposed to be scheduled at 10 or 10:30 in the morning is scrapped. That himself is not known to you. That is what is called as a management reserve. Now, if I'm going to map it onto a project, typically a project will have something as a time-phased budget, which takes into account for the risk and the known unknowns, and that becomes a contingency reserve. The management reserve is you apportion a portion of your budget, ensuring that if there is something way toward incorrect that's going to happen, or if there's a customer who's going to file a legal contract, and if you're going to get into some kind of a mess, are you going to predict the exact amount? Okay, definitely there's going to be 25,000 legal suit. We'll get into a problem, right? Will you really want that kind of a scenario to happen?
No.
No, right? But we will keep this in money just in case we land in problem. Let us have this. That unknown unknown is what is called as your management reserve. Is this clear?
Yeah.
Yes. The idea is about getting to understand the known knowns and the known unknowns, so that you understand your contingency reserve and your management reserves. So these are some pitfalls. Risk identification done once, not involving the team, not identifying the risk owner, they are general, and then risk identification done without knowing the entire project details. These are all areas where we are having problems. The monitoring and the controlling include risk reassessment. Assessment is good, but a reassessment is must, because some risks would have become obsolete or some risks would have become redundant. Variance and trend analysis. A variance and trend analysis will actually show you how many risks have actually happened. Sometimes it can be sure that a risk which are high priority and high value may not happen. So what happens? It becomes a low value risk, right? That trend pattern will be seen on the variance and trend analysis. By the way, variance is nothing but square of standard deviation. We will talk about the metric of standard deviation in some time from now. Reserve analysis is what I am going to keep just in case something is goofed up. How am I going to account for that missing funding? That is called as a reserve analysis. And the technical performance essentially talks about technical glitches, network timeout, network security. Suppose you're running a data security center, and all of a sudden there is a power outage and there's a power short circuit in the building. Your batteries have also run down. how are you going to still run the show? Technical performance. Is your database performance going to be the same as it was earlier? No, right?
No, sir.
So that technical performance measurement, and how are you going to do that? With the recursive status meetings, and what is it that needs to be done to ensure that the whole thing is brought onto track? That happens only with status meetings. These are all techniques. And what is a risk audit? These are some definitions. Retrospectives essentially are there to perform a risk audit, and risk audit essentially is done to understand the effectiveness of the risk responses. And a spike is essentially an unknown entity, right? Supposing, are you sure that you know all the answers to all the stories in your project?
No, sir.
No. You put something on a spike to ensure that you reduce the area of uncertainty, and by reducing the level of uncertainty, you are reducing the risk. And this is done before in the iteration to hold the uncertainty, and then once the uncertain factor becomes certain, you introduce it into the sprint. This is what is called as a risk-based strike. Now, do you want to talk about contracts now, or shall we talk about contracts and costing after the lunch?
Yeah, you can go for lunch.
Cost management.
Sure, sir. We need a heavy.
Okay.
We need.
So,
Yeah.
Raghav, we will be breaking in for lunch, and we'll be back at 2.
Sure.
Okay. Raghav, are you present? Raghav or Murali from XLR?
I hope.
Yeah. Yes, Shadil. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome back. Are we back? Are we back at the session? Hello. Hello guys, are we back? நான் தான் phone கொடுத்தேன்ப்பா. குளிச்சலா?
Hello.
Are you guys back? Hello, are you back?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Raj. So Vikas, you are back. What about Raj?
I hope, sir, he is not yet.
Yeah.
He's there.
So you are
He's
back.
there.
Heavy lunch or light lunch? Now we need to talk about a heavyweight framework now, and before that to be discussed, I need to understand how agile your lunch was.
Sir, for me, it's moderate.
For you, it's a moderate thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it a combination of two frameworks or a single framework?
Combination of two, sir.
Great.
Mm.
Just a minute. Yeah. Okay, so we shall get started, guys. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Shall get started. Good. I got my product owner's acceptance, so we will move. Right? We'll share the screen now. So we were discussing on a contingency reserve and a management reserve, right?
Right.
Contingency reserve talks about known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown knowns. Management reserve is primarily about unknown unknowns. It is about having to predict something which may happen, which may not even happen. But if you do not apportion time or resources for that activity, it becomes difficult to handle that situation when it occurs. So typically the entire project budget is inclusive of the cost budget plus the management reserve. We will understand that as we get into the project costing subject. Okay. So with this, we will now understand the agile triangle. What are the triple constraints? Cost,
Scope time.
scope, and schedule, right? The scope gets derived in an agile project. In a traditional project, what gets derived? Schedule gets derived. Scope is fixed. Because the scope is fixed, the cost factor is fixed. Because the scope and the cost is fixed, the schedule gets derived. Here, the schedule is 2 to 4 weeks of a time box. Because the schedule is fixed, indirectly the cost is also fixed, and as a result, the scope gets derived. Right? What are all the types of costs? Variable costs, fixed costs, direct costs, and indirect costs, and opportunity costs. I'll give you what to see. This subject seems to, you may find it very lost, but we will find out what it takes to understand the subject on cost management, because essentially, if you are able to apportion your budgets properly, you will be able to run your projects successfully. We will first try to understand what is the basic difference between cost estimating and pricing. What is pricing? It is assessing how much the organization will invoice for your product or service. Whereas cost estimating is about how much this organization will spend See, essentially pricing is about cash inflow. Cost estimating is about cash outflow. Are you able to understand that? This is about cash inflow, whereas this is about cash outflow.
Yes, sir.
You get it?
Come again.
See, pricing is assessing how much the organization will invoice for the product or service. It is about you are selling a product and you are getting money for that. Whereas cost estimating is about assessing how much the organization spent to provide a product or service. This is cost estimating is about cash outflow, spending. Cash pricing is about cash inflow. It's about money coming in.
Okay.
Get it?
Yeah.
Right. There are some estimating techniques. Let us try to have a difference on this. Analogous estimation. I'll give you an example. Analogous estimation is also a kind of an expert judgment. Supposing I have developed 10 mock-up screens for our banking customer across the Middle East. Now, another customer from the Africas is now trying to offer banking services to his clientele. Customers plus the members of the trusted group of the customers called as clientele. And he has now come up with understanding how much it will take to deliver 6 out of those 10 screens. What will I do? I will say that I have already done 10 such screens in the past, and though 6 may not be fully relevant, I at least have a clear idea or a kind of an idea on how it is going to be done for the 6 screens which this customer from the Africas has given me. That is called as analogous estimation. It's a kind of an expert judgment. It is taken with history from the projects which we have previously executed. Now, parametric estimating is estimating in terms of a metric per square foot or mile or kilometer, or a unit of measurement comes into picture. Let us say if I have to construct 10 bar 10 room and the cost of that is roughly somewhere around 2000 rupees today. Now, to construct a 15 cross 15 room 3 years down the line, what do we do? 10 cross 10 room cost me around 2000 rupees 3 years back. So 15 cross 15 will roughly cost me somewhere in the range of 3500 to 3000 4000. Right? It is just an approximate estimate which takes into account of a parameter which you have used to come up with the value. Right? Now, we will look into this bottom-up estimating and then the top-down estimating. This bottom-up estimating is, how many of you have heard of this term, work breakdown structure?
Heard it.
What about you, Raj? WBS. Have you heard of the term WBS? Is Raj online? Raj, are you present? I think he's dropped off.
Hello.
Hello, Raj, are you present?
I had a network fluctuation.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Not a problem. I was just trying to check with you too if you have heard of this term called as WBS.
I think somewhere I heard, but I don't know the meaning actually.
WBS is what you call as your work breakdown structure.
Yeah.
Okay. Your work breakdown structure essentially talks about breaking down the work into its smallest level of a component of a task, so that when you are actually providing the estimate for the smallest level of your task, you can roll up the aggregate of all the tasks towards one structure and then say the cost of this work breakdown structure is this much per unit, whatever. Now, if I go into the bottommost unit of breaking down my work breakdown structure and then rolling up the estimates as I come from the bottommost activity to the topmost activity, that is called as bottom-up estimating. The top-down estimating is the reverse of it. I am going from the top towards the bottom. That is called as a top-down estimating. We will get into more of these estimating techniques down the line. See, in agile projects, we need to understand only when all the tasks are clearly known, budgeting can be done, right? We have also understood yesterday that it is possible for us to do estimation only with tasks. It is impossible to do estimation with epics, themes, or features, right? And with all these things, there are four main components when it comes to the budgeting. One is cost aggregation. The second is reserve analysis. The third is the funding limit reconciliation. And the fourth one is the cost baseline. Don't worry, we will get into this as we go down the next slides. What are some types of contracts? What is a contract? Essentially, a contract is a legal document between two entities. And there are two kinds of, essentially, when you're talking about an agile project, the scope is not fixed. In other words, the scope constantly varies. So, essentially, when you're talking about an agile contract, we have some terms. One is the business value, the second is the implementation risk, and third is the effort expense. The fixed price model, can you use it on an agile project?
Fixed price model.
They are used, but the whole thing is, when a fixed price contract comes in an agile, it is more of a very, very difficult situation, because irrespective of what scope you are going to deliver, I'm only going to pay you this much. And in such a case, when the scope itself is not fixed, how will a fixed price work? It is more of a strategic initiative. So I'm going to work on an agile fixed bid project for this many hours, and I'm going to deliver this many project solutions to you. You will have to give me 10 more such project solutions. I'll recover the cost of the first project to the other 7 projects, right? That is how traditional fixed project for agile works. The second thing is, here we need to understand the following steps. One is, which of the epics chosen represent the entire project, and which of the checkpoint is defined. I mean the checks and balances. The third important thing is, if it is an agile project, contract can run out early, because if the scope itself is not clear, or if the scope is obsolete, then the project can run out very early. Now, how are we going to handle a situation when the scope changes and when the project failure is encountered earlier? We will see as the following thing. What is it that are following metrics that we are going to use? One is change for free, standard fixed price contract, and the customer determined return on investment cutoff. Now, we need to understand something here. Sometimes you may have to give a fixed price contract, and sometimes you may have to provide changes for free. Why? Because you're looking at a larger initiative and an equation from the customer. Today I'm doing something for free. Tomorrow I will bill the customer for the work that I have done for free, right? Now, in all these things, the types of contracts are primarily of 3 types. I'll just try to write down that for you. Just make a note of it. You will not be encountering much questions on contracts. This is not a PMP examination. You may just want to remember this. I will just share this with you. One thing is fixed price, cost reimbursable. The third thing is time and material. These are 3 types of contracts which sorry?
Sir, I have one question. When I am entering into a fixed price model with the customer, and if I am not sure about whether what the requirement is, then it is looking beneficial to go on an agile way. Or it would be better that I should go on a traditional way and make the scope more clear before going into the fixed model.
If the customer is willing to give you a time and material or a cost reimbursable, I am very happy. But today, practically every customer wants a fixed bid project. How are you going to get into that kind of a situation? This is where you need to have some kind of understanding on what scope is going to be delivered, what scope will definitely not be delivered. Sometimes if the scope baseline itself is completely altered, then how are you going to use a fixed bid? This is where negotiation comes into picture, and that is where a combination of essential features using Moscow prioritization with story maps comes into picture. You understand? If I'm going to deliver everything for everywhere, then my business is not going to see the next day at all. I'll better shut down the shop. However, if I'm going to deliver what exactly is needed for that business on that sprint, then I can run the show.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
This is one very, very important thing which you need to understand. Earned value. What do you think is earned value?
For which I have been like service for which I sir. That is
The
the
worth of the work done is what is called as earned value. See, now what I will be doing right now is I will just be giving you some results. Okay. Project cost management, project procurement are big chapters as far as PMP is concerned. So, and since we do not have all the details to be presented in this training facilitation, I will give you the results of the entire thing. Please make a note of these results and I will cover the key concepts. Down the line, as you have specific questions, please reach out to me post this training session and we will connect again. Is this agreement fine?
yes, sir.
Okay. We will actually go ahead with this. So let us talk about two entities, cost, schedule. Right? The other thing is cost variance. The other thing is cost performance index. Schedule. Essentially, if you look at this, what we will be doing is we will have to isolate where the project is. Is it over cost, on cost, or under cost? And when it comes to schedule, we need to assess whether it is over schedule, on schedule, or under schedule. Right? These are two primary things with which we will be able to understand whether the project is afloat or whether it has sunk. You agree?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Now, simple thing. Earned value is also denoted as EV. Remember one thing. In all these things, the cost variance will always be EV minus. Schedule variance will be EV minus. The first term will always be EV. Right? EV minus. Now, in this costing chapter, we need to remember three entities. One is PV, which is also called as planned value. The other thing is AC, which is actual cost. The third thing which is called, okay, the third thing which is called as PV-AC, right? Yes. So, cost variance is nothing but EV minus AC. Okay? The schedule variance is nothing but EV minus PV. How do you calculate cost performance index? It is very difficult. EV divided by AC, and it is EV divided by
PV.
very difficult, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we need to understand two things. Right? This is the cost variance, and the cost performance index. Now, how do I know whether this project is going well, project has sunk? There is a short keyword with which I would like to share with you so that you can go ahead and attempt questions quickly. Please remember this. O. O. P. O. Remember this. OU, and this is just an acronym which I have coined. So what is this? EV minus AC, EV divided by AC, right? Are you seeing what is being typed out? Now, before we fill in this table, please let's get back here. I've just put in the criteria for cost variance, the cost performance index, the schedule variance, and the schedule performance index, right? Simply write the results like this. Over cost, on cost, under cost. Okay? Behind schedule. Right? Are you fine until this? This is the result which I have come up with. Exactly works. Okay? There are three entities. One is planned value, which is what you have actually planned for the budgeted cost of work. The second thing is earned value, which is the worth of the work done. And AC, which is nothing but the actual cost. With these three parameters, how are we going to work? Now, I would like to give you a small exercise to think. You can think for 2 minutes. Okay? See, earned value is primarily used to understand the worth of the project. I'm sure you guys would have encountered instances where you use the worth of the work, right? Now, when the scope itself is not fixed, in what way will Agile EVM work? Can you think on this for 2 minutes and get back to me? Can you take 2 minutes to think why is earned value so important in an Agile project? When the scope itself is not fixed, how do you think earned value will add value to an Agile project? Is this question clear?
I basically feel that earn value we earn at every sprint. So if at all, say for example, we don't earn the value at the first sprint, the customer may think like how will he be able to develop it in the subsequent sprints?
Think over this. This is a superficial answer. Think over this. Now it is 2:39. I'll get back to you at 2:41. Think over this. Or you can
Slide.
collaborate within yourself. Okay?
Okay.
Share the
Raj and
slide.
Vikas can follow.
Could you please share the slide?
Which slide?
That earn value slide. Yeah.
Okay?
Thank
Collaborate within yourself. I'll give you 2 minutes. Please think on this and let me know why do you think earned value is so important in an Agile project. Okay?
you. Yeah. Earn value.
Done? Done?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think earned value is so important in an agile project when the scope itself is not fixed?
Because sir, it helps us to fix the cost and the schedule.
Okay.
Because earned value, consists of like the planned value. If you see at the on the slide, it is shown that it is the consistence of it shows the dimension of planned value also and the actual cost value. So it basically helps us to fix the cost and the schedule, which is precisely more important in order to derive just one derivative, means just the scope. Because if all the three becomes vary, and it's very difficult for a project manager to run the project.
Have you all seen a progress card?
Yes, sir.
I know Vikas should have seen. You are married, right? You have a child, right?
Right, sir.
Yes. Raj is becoming an eligible bachelor, so soon he will learn about a progress card from his child. But then Raj has actually seen a progress card, right?
Yeah, I've seen.
Okay, good. Essentially, what I want to check with you is, will this progress marks card show you the output before the process has happened or after the process has happened?
After.
After the
process
process.
happened. Is it of any use to me after the process has happened? Will I be able to implement any corrective action?
No.
No, right? It's a dead story. I may not be able to incorporate any change in it. Here, you need to understand that there are two types of indicators. One is called as a lag indicator. The other is a lead indicator. Okay. What is a lag? Lag is nothing but your waiting time. Okay. And if there is a report which shows you the outcome of the activity after the activity has happened, it is called as a lag indicator. Will I be able to impose any corrective action in a lag indicator? Will I be able to impose any corrective action, or will I be able to implement any corrective action during with a lag indicator?
No, sir.
No, right? But wait a minute. Supposing I am driving my vehicle and I am seeing a board on the road saying that men in work, the road men at work, road is dug, please take a detour. Is it not an indicator that I should not go straight, I should take a detour? You have seen that kind of a signboard in the road, right?
Right.
So what happens? Instead of my going straight and damaging my vehicle, I will take the detour and I will take another route by which I can reach my destination. Please understand, EVM for agile projects is more of a lead indicator. It's not a lag indicator. Supposing I know if my project spans across 8 sprints or 10 sprints, and I am also having a release plan with a release backlog. I need to release my product every 3 months or 4 months as per my management's dictum. I know first 2 sprints somehow went in a mediocre fashion, the third sprint failed. Okay, and you could attribute it to multiple reasons: database functionality, some availability of resources, or willingness of the contractor to work with you or share information, human interactions, multiple things are in picture. Now, imagine if I'm getting this failure during the 9th month of a project when I'm supposed to see my full delivery, how will the customer feel versus how will a customer know if this project is going to be successful or if it is going to be a failure well within 2 weeks of the execution? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Do you get why an EVM is used for an agile project?
Yes, sir.
EVM is used as a lead indicator of failure. Okay. It clearly shows whether this project is going to succeed or whether it is going to fail with the existing resources, man, machine, or material. So what I wanted to actually show you here is, please note this. You may want to just take a note of 3 things. One is, if it is cost, AC is greater than EV. These are the evaluation conditions. AC is greater than equal to EV, and then AC less than EV. Please remember this. This is a small table which you may want to scribble in your paper. This will actually help you in course of solving some problems with which you can pocket at least 7 to 8 marks. At least when I wrote the exam, I was able to see around 10 or 12 marks, 12 kinds of questions with cost performance index and schedule performance index. It's a very, very straightforward question. You don't need to break your head on this. Okay, the three criteria are: what if the actual cost is greater than earned value, if the actual cost is equal to the earned value, and if the actual cost is less than the earned value. If the actual cost is greater than the earned value, then cost value is less than 0. Remember, see this: greater than sign, less than sign. Cost variance is equal to 0 and cost variance is greater than 0. You see that? Is it not easy to understand? Greater than, equal to, less than. The reverse of it here: less than, equal to, greater than. Then the cost performance index is less than 1. The cost performance index is equal to 1. Cost performance index is greater than 1. The cost variance per se is a whole number. The cost performance index is a ratio. If this is the criteria, if the cost variance is less than 0 and the cost performance index is less than 1, what is the situation of the project? Is it over cost, or is it on cost, or is it under cost?
Sorry, sir, if cost variance is less than 1, then
if CV is less than 0 and CPI is less than 1, what is the status of the project? Is it over cost or under cost or on cost?
Over cost.
It is over cost, right? These are some kinds of questions. At least you'll see 10 or 12 such questions appearing. It is very easy. All you need to do is, if actual cost is greater than the earned value, actual cost is equal to the earned value, actual cost is less than the earned value, then the cost variance is, see, all you need to do is, if it is greater than, less than, less than. Equal to, you don't have a problem. Less than, greater than, greater than. Easy? Remember this: over cost O, on cost O, under cost U. Okay. Now the same thing when it comes to your schedule. Yes, PV is greater than EV, EV is equal to EV, and then PV less than EV. If such is the case, I'll just insert some rows. Please wait. Okay. If the PV is greater, so what will it be here? PV is less than 0, and then SPI is less than 1. It is behind schedule, on schedule, and ahead of schedule, right? You get what I'm typing? Are you getting what I'm typing, or are you completely lost?
Yeah, we're able to follow, like just imagining those situations.
Exactly. See, you need to just remember this table. If you remember this table, you can easily pocket marks. I generally don't spend much time on this because it's an exhaustive chapter in project cost management. So to summarize everything in one section is very, very difficult, both for the trainer, and to understand it becomes very difficult for the candidates as well. So what I'll go ahead and do is, I'll give you the results. It is easy to understand the results, right? If the actual cost is greater than the earned value. Remember this. This is a golden table. Okay. I'll block this for you.
Green color.
Very good. Product owner feedback. Always product owner feedback is important. Eventually, for whom are you doing business?
Product owner, sir.
Product owner, right?
Right.
So, typically, when it comes to cost management, we will remember one thing. The steps that are actually involved are plan costs, estimate costs, determine budget, control costs. These are the steps. Okay. If you look at this, primarily you will be encountering three terminologies. Actual cost. Actual cost is the amount of money which you have expended during running of the project. Okay. The cost variance is nothing but a difference between the worth of the work done, that is your earned value, and the actual cost. Now, if the actual cost is greater than the earned value, what happens? All you need to remember is if the actual cost is greater than the earned value, typically your cost variance becomes less than 0.
Right.
Look at the equation. EV minus AC, right? If AC is greater than EV, it becomes a negative value.
Right.
If the cost variance is negative, what happens? Your management will catch you by the neck. What the hell are you doing is what they will catch you. The second thing is this absolute ratio, cost performance index, if that is less than 1, you can for sure declare that the project is over cost. However, you need to remember two things. Variances are bad only if it is negative. Sometimes a project can be over cost and ahead of schedule. It can happen. Typical infrastructure projects can be over cost and they can be ahead of schedule. And some projects can be on cost and they can be ahead of schedule. And this is a very, very happy-go-lucky scenario. It is also called as a happy path. It seldom happens. Let us mark this as yellow. In fact, I have not seen many projects with this kind of a scenario. The project which you typically will be very lucky to see is this, or sometimes if you are even more lucky, you will get to see only this. So luck factor is what accounts when you look at under cost and ahead of schedule. Typical projects will either be over cost and behind schedule, or if you are very happy, you are a very good guy, you'll be able to see under cost and ahead of schedule. On cost and on schedule are very, very rare projects that you can see. Because typically when an agile project, when you constantly alter the scope, you can rarely encounter a situation where a project is on cost and where the project is on schedule. Is this clear?
Yeah.
With this small understanding, I'll anyway be sharing this present in this Excel sheet with you guys for your reference. Okay.
Sure.
So let us just get into this. Earned value. Planned value is nothing but a budgeted cost. It is also called as BCWS, budgeted cost of the work scheduled. Okay. If let us say I am going to get done some work worth 200 rupees and my work which I have planned is 200 rupees, the budgeted cost is 200 rupees. The earned value, let us say out of 200 rupees, I have only done worth 140. So what is my earned value? Is it 200 or is it 140? See, I have out of 200 rupees which I have budgeted, I have done work worth only 140 rupees. So what is my earned value? Is it 200 or is it 140?
140, sir.
That is called as your budgeted cost of work performed. It is also called as work performed or the worth of work done, which is earned value. And let us say out of 200 rupees, I plan to spend 200, but I ended up spending 250 rupees. So what is the actual cost? Is it 200 or 250?
250, no, sir.
Now do you understand the terms? planned value, earned value, and the actual cost.
Right, sir.
Right?
Yeah.
Or are we becoming more stable after lunch?
No, sir, actually, it is the interest that is creating more here, because I'm looking for
Cost is
more
creating
like
more
this.
interest to you guys, is it? That after lunch. Seriously, I need
No,
to see you guys, man.
No, sir. Actually, from the project perspective, for the knowledge perspective for which I was looking more into it. That's why.
Hey, seriously, I need to see you guys in person, man. One guy is saying I'm working for 9 hours, 15 minutes daily, and the other person saying I'm very, very excited on seeing cost management after lunch. I really need to see you guys in person. At least I've never seen people like, huh?
Sir, why I'm saying this, because in the senior management when you go, they usually talk in these terms. Okay, they want to add more on these terms. So if you are well familiar with these terms, then it will be easy for you to express yourself at that
You need to
point.
understand that the senior guys will only know this. They will know nothing. You go to them,
Yes.
go to them and tell them, sir, I've delivered 200 story points. What will they? They'll throw that paper on you. You understand? To them, story points and paper is the same. But if you go to them and say that out of story points, my worth of the work done is $140, 1,400 euros, then they say, man, you are one of the best persons I've ever worked with. Because
yes, sir.
The one thing is, you are talking to them in their language. You are talking to them in the language in which they appreciate or they can comprehend things. Right?
Right.
So that way you need to understand. Huh?
Yeah, even if you suppose if you have got some contract or negotiate with the customer with some good amount or some good value, then they are happy, sir. Then they know, okay, yeah, you have really done something for them. Otherwise,
exactly, right? Very good.
Yeah.
So now do you understand? Agile EVM is not a replacement for a burn up, burn down, or risk burn down chart. It is only used as a lead indicator. Understand? Earned value, they do not track earned business value. Remember? See, you can clearly understand that it is a lead indicator of project success or failure. It does not talk about the financial value. Now, do you understand?
Yeah.
You need to bear that in mind. Yes. How do I define the initial baseline? Budget at completion, planned release story points, start date, number of sprints, and the sprint lengths. These are all factors with which you decide your release baseline. Now let's get to this. Measuring the progress. Story point completed. Story point added. The actual cost and the current sprint. These are all means of measuring the earned value. Okay. We will get into more details. Yes. I think this is something which will be interesting you right now, right? Have we covered all these things here? Do you think there's any difference between these two? Take a look at this and take a look at this.
Yeah, a little bit of difference.
Huh?
ETC.
We'll come to that. What is ETC? What is ETC? Is this fine now? Now tell me what is ETC? Estimate time to complete. EAC is estimate at completion and BAC is budget at completion, right? Now does this make sense? These are all results which you need to remember. It's good that you make a note of it and by heart this. Write it down on a paper at least 5 times a day, so that during your certification exam, if you see, you'll be given scripts of paper to scribble. Just write down this formula, memorize it, and write down. When you see the numbers, just substitute these values. You'll be easily able to pocket 10 or 12 marks.
Okay.
What is TCPA? I thought someone will ask me that. Is this fine? Now do you see numbers? Now do you see numbers flying off your head?
It's time.
Numbers flying over your head, right? Don't worry, I never understood anything on the first day of my reading this. Third day it became a habit. SV, CV, SPI, CPI, ETC. This is estimate. These are all just results. Divided by EAC minus EAC. It's not equal to, there's a small typo here, EAC minus EAC. I've given that here. Okay. Shall we move on?
Yeah.
These are all some planned example stories. You can take a look at this during your course of study and then let me know if you have any challenges after the session. Okay, I'll quickly move on to the subsequent topics. We have quite a lot of topics to complete. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, yes.
You see here, CPI and SPI. See here. I've actually given you this entire table here. NPV. Now, please tell me what is NPV? Now that we discussed that yesterday at length, what is NPV?
Net present value. Something like
Price,
Sorry?
ROIS investment.
What is NPV?
net present value, sir.
Net present value. What is IRR?
Rate of return.
Internal rate of return. Very good. We discussed all these things yesterday, right?
Right.
No, only ROI we
discussed. ROI, yes. We have discussed all these things yesterday. Return on investment is also called as return on assets. Remember, benefit to cost ratio.
Right, sir.
Shall I show you what we discussed yesterday on ROI?
No.
No, sir, it's okay.
This is NPV. Okay. And your return on investment. Net operating profit divided by sum of benefit to cost ratio. IRR, the rate of interest at which your NPV is 0. It is calculated by the formula @IRR. I do not know. @IRR, it takes into account with internal rate of cash flows. You need to provide numbers in a specific sequence for you to get the IRR. This is beyond the scope of our discussion. Please remember that there's a function in Excel called @IRR, with which you will be able to understand how to calculate internal rate of interest given the series of numbers. Okay. It is calculated using Excel. Now, shall we get into knowledge and skills, or do you want a small tea break? Or shall we get this done and then get into tea break?
Tea break.
Take a break.
You want a tea break? Good.
Yeah.
We will come in another 10 to 15 minutes. It's 3:10. We'll come back another 3:25. Okay?
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, Raghava.
Hello.
Welcome back. Raj, are you present? Vikash, are you present? Raj, are you present? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Hello. Yes, sir.
Welcome. So I'm happy at least you guys are awake. Don't go back to sleep after you see the screen again. This is one of the most challenging chapters. Trust me, in the entire PMP session, at least I spent considerable time trying to understand cost.
Okay.
And it's a very large chapter. The areas typically
Really, sir.
in PMP or in ACP where they will actually jack an individual in an examination is on three areas. One is schedule, which is one of the most non-negotiable entities, right? One. The
Right.
second thing where they can really thrash you is cost. The third thing where they can really twist any kind of question is in the area of procurement. We spoke about this fixed bid, cost reimbursable, and then we also spoke about this time and material, right?
Right, sir.
These are three areas where they can actually twist a question. My suggestion, see, I just leave it to you guys. My suggestion to you guys, before you actually, when are you guys actually planning to write your ACP?
Sir, I am planning to give it by March. By end of
Before
March.
26th of March?
Yeah.
Yes. Please take it from me. Please,
Hmm.
if you get an opportunity, have you registered yourself in PMP, PMI?
Not yet, sir.
Please ensure that you have a membership of PMI. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
You will be having access to multiple journals and books.
Okay.
And please go through the PMBOK on these three chapters.
Okay.
cost, schedule, procurement. The other chapters you can just read through as if you are reading a storybook if you are awake.
Okay.
That book will actually put you to sleep. It's such a big book. But if you read these 3 books in PMBOK, you will have a reasonably good understanding. Okay.
Okay.
Is Raj there? Raj, are you present?
I hope he is still not returned.
Is Raj present? So we will now go to the next chapter on tools and techniques of communication. See, essentially what we are doing in this entire thing is the key concepts we are getting into depth. The next level concepts we are giving some more detail. The third thing where you need to practice more, I am giving you concepts where you can refer to along with this slide and along with this presentation. After this session is over, you can refer to this presentation and to the video recording. More so, you can also refer to some books which I will be mentioning after close of the session, where you can get more knowledge on how you can work on a day-to-day basis for agile projects. Okay?
Yeah.
Raj, are you present? Yes, Vikash.
Sir, if you can mention some good sites also where we can go and have some more videos, tutorials, so that will help us in our enhancing our more
Cost
concept.
management, right?
Yeah.
Project cost management, simple. In the PMBOK.
Okay, PMBOK. Okay.
Project cost management.
Yeah.
You read these 3 chapters alone.
Okay, sir.
You will have a relatively more level of knowledge than comparison to a person who has not read that chapter. How do you think I was able to talk all these 3 things?
Okay. Yeah, sir.
Right?
Right.
So we will just wait for Raj to join in a couple of minutes and then we will get started.
Sir, one more thing. After the
yes,
not right now, like at the end of the session, like before ending the session, if you can take some quick sort real-time scenario where you just show us, okay, here why I am using the XP model, or why I am going for the Kanban model, or why I am going for the Scrum model. Means
okay.
Your choice of suggestion. See why, how you have selected which model you should go for this.
I will tell you right now itself. Why wait till the end of the session?
No, actually, I thought Raj will be also, so that's why I'm.
Sorry?
The another guy is also there, sir. So that's why I'm.
Yeah,
I don't
let Raj join.
Yeah. I hope there is a network issue with him, or.
See, we need to understand, we need to thank God on one thing. ACP is not as difficult as PMP is.
Sir, I hope this will create the foundation for the PMP if you want to do in future. After means going to this, after clearing the ACP, our foundation means understanding to go next step for the PMP will be much, to some extent it will be
perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. But in fact, I would have suggested the other way around. Understand what a project is all about. XLR is actually doing a fantastic task in that area. See, facilitating a session like this where you are able to discuss with me at your free time. I am talking to you at I am talking at my free time. We both are mentally relaxed. One of the key facilitation people is XLR here. We should actually thank them for the job that they are doing. They were helping us on a Saturday, Sunday. Right?
Right, sir. Right.
We need to use these services, and we see at the same time, you know what? This actually helps them to generate more revenue. We'll also be a part of the whole thing. This is how stakeholder relationships are maintained and built. I give you, you give me. I help you, you help me. The next chapters is all about how you can collaboratively work together. That is where this communication comes into picture. It is just not, see, earlier the system was you are a service provider, you are a vendor, you are a contractor. Today it is not that scenario. It is all about how you, because you, me, Raj, XLR, and all the other people work together, despite the fact that we all have multiple inherent differences, and how we can collaboratively work towards a progressive future. You get it?
Right, sir.
That is the
Correct.
true spirit of a cross-functional team.
Right, sir. Agree.
Right? See, if I start thinking like you and you start thinking like me, do you think there's any excitement in the two of us working together?
No, sir.
Right?
Right.
Yeah. So Raj, please let me know when you are joined, and then we'll get started. We are waiting for you. And I hope this session, the 2-day session, was a reasonably relaxing one. It's not as stressful as you guys thought.
No, sir, it's okay.
Is the course of the way in which it is handled, is it reasonably easy to assimilate?
Yeah, sir. But sir, I hope if you break it to like instead of 2 days, if it will be like 3 days, because sometimes going for a like 8-hour session is sometimes like it's a more real. So if like a 5 to 6 it's like a 3-day session, then the more you will
Hello?
get things.
Yes, Raj.
Sorry, sir. Like I was on a call.
Absolutely fine. No problem. We are waiting for you.
Yeah,
We have
actually, it is
negotiated a schedule for you.
okay. Like it was also a agile call only.
No problem. We are actually negotiating our schedule just for your sake.
I am extremely sorry about that.
Absolutely fine. No problem. See, this happens, and then if I don't understand practical challenges, then it doesn't make much sense in you interacting with me and I interacting with you, right? Everybody have their problems, and this is on a weekend, so it's all
Like,
about how we can
discuss this call as a live issue with you, because it is actually a part. It is actually kind of a doubt. Like actually, like this call was like the delivery. The client is expecting us to give us a supported solution, which is not on as part of our SLA. And now it becomes my team is responsible for this, and we already have a sit issue which is running under schedule.
Okay.
So this was the call.
Good.
So
You're
I'm
actually
trying to
working on a
like,
real-time scenario.
sorry.
You're actually working on a real-time scenario.
Yeah, correct. Like actually, I wanted to when no wonder I was attending the call. Like I wanted to have a word with this to you. Like how would it would possibly react to the situation, and what would be the best possible peaceful solution for this?
What would be the best possible solution to?
Yeah, to fix this. Like why would this rather occur?
Which one?
The client asking us to do a support which is out of the SLA scope.
Okay. Good.
And we already running late on schedule with the sit.
Have you ever heard of a statement called as the customer is always right? Right?
Right, sir. First priority is
Customer is always right, right?
right.
And it doesn't matter whether you're running late or whether you're running on time or whether you are running behind time. For customer, it is business.
Okay.
So first we need to understand that one thing. Customer is right because he's funding our business. One. Second thing is customer knows for a fact that yes, we are running behind schedule because he's the one who has altered the thing. But then it so happens that in all these kinds of scenarios, customer wants to pass on the blame or you want to pass on the blame. This is a regular tug of war which happens on a regular basis. But this is where you and the customer are in the forming stage. If in the storming stage, this level of fighting will actually increase. Under the norming stage, it will actually smoothen down. Why? Because a customer starts understanding your style of working and you start understanding the style of reciprocation of your customer. What happens? At that point in time, the customer would have got some level of confidence that yes, though you guys run behind schedule, you deliver value. Can you have that understanding from the customer on day one?
No.
No, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So to make a long story short, this is all about building that confidence in the customer. Sometimes customers want more than what they have delivered because they think it's a human psychology. You go to a shop, you want to buy something for free. The same is the case with the customer. I have given you this, give me something for free. Even though it has violated the SLA, give me something for free. But at a point in time, you're doing all these things so that you can expect repeat business from the customer.
Right, sir. I do agree.
It becomes difficult. It is very, very easier said than done. But the larger picture is sustenance. Because if you are not doing it, there is a blue colored coat standing outside your organization waiting to take the business of your customer to his company. Do you want it to happen?
No, not at all.
No, right? Customer is always king.
Right.
Yeah, customer is king.
So
Sing is king, so customer is king.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Sometimes you have to, sometimes you have to take the burden of those expectations from the customer, and we will have to.
Not sometimes, many times.
We have to stretch ourselves in order to.
I'm talking plain reality. At least the customers with whom I worked with were actually monitoring the number of times the people went to the restroom and how long they were spending the time in the restroom.
Sir, actually, I have also seen that when you are having a good rapport with the customer, at that time, if you are certain thing is like going late or it's lagging behind, at that time, if you explain them to, okay, we will cut down the time in the next phase or in the next cycle, we will maintain those time and we will deliver it on time, they will understand. So personal relationships sometimes with the customer work out, sir. So it's important that.
Why do you think this person called as a relationship director sitting with the customer?
Sorry,
this is his job. You understand? Why do you think you have a relationship officer in ICICI Bank or in State Bank? This is his job. To ensure that the customer doesn't create a problem.
Right, sir.
Right? Good.
Right.
So welcome back. We'll start talking about communication. And do you see my screen shared?
No.
I have not shared my screen?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll share my screen. Do you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at least after all the frameworks we have discussed right now, please let me know what framework is it that you're seeing on this board. Tell me, what is this board called as? Don't take all the 4 boards in a go. Take a quarter of the board. Let us take one segment of the board. What is that board called as? This one. What is that board called as?
Kanban board.
Please remember this to this. Please take a look at this board and please take a look at this board. Now tell me, what is this board called as?
Kanban board, sir.
This is a Kanban board. It's also called as a task board.
Task board.
You see that? It's actually called as a task board or a Kanban board, and in this it is actually an information radiator. What do you think is the difference between an information radiator and an artifact? An artifact is something that is actually on a hard copy of evidence. An information radiator is a means of information which is presented as a display to all the people who are working concerned in the project. Have you seen a big whiteboard in your project somewhere where you have 4 or 5 columns and then you put post-its and then you move the post-its from column A to column B and from column B to column C and column C to column D? Have you all done this at any point in time? Have you all done this in your offices? You have a whiteboard and then you put some post-it or sticky notes and then you move the sticky notes from location A to location B and location B to location C and C to D. What do you think is that board? That is a Kanban board.
Right, sir.
So even without our knowledge, we have been doing Kanban. You understand? Right. That is a Kanban board. And in the process of doing all this, what is it that you are actually identifying? You are identifying the bottlenecks. You are identifying where work is being held up. And what do? We are not putting a sprint to solve another sprint. We are attacking the root cause of the problem, killing the root cause of the problem, and then allowing the work to flow smoothly. So the pull system becomes clear. Now do you understand how the pull system versus the flow system is evident? That is a pull system of Agile. The Scrum and XP are all flow systems of Agile. You understand?
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
Shall we move on? Yes. Yeah. Simple. These are characteristics. Minimal in numbers. See, numbers are something that only finance likes. We don't like numbers, right? Minimal management likes numbers. We can't understand too much numbers, right? Minimal in numbers, highly visible, influential, transient, current, stark or clearly visible, and simple. Right? We'll see this. Team space. What do you think is a team space? See, let us say that let us remember two things. There are two kinds of agile teams. Distributed agile dispersed agile teams. Understand? Say distributed agile team is where I am working sparse geographies. See, let us say I am working with some customer in the Middle East, and I have another stakeholder who is working with this Middle East customer, and he is working somewhere in Europe, and that related stakeholder and the Middle East guy is working somewhere across Americas, and someone else from the Asia Pacific. Now, can you say that all these guys are working from one location?
No, sir.
No, right? That kind of a team where multiple stakeholders work across locations, varying time zones, is what is called as a distributed agile system. Okay. Now, essentially, your team is sitting in your location, but the decision makers or stakeholders or other people who are influencing the decisions are located across geographies. It is called as distributed agile. This dispersed agile has a small difference where you are sitting in location A. I am sitting in location B. Raj is sitting in location C. A perfect example of a dispersed agile team is the way in which we are all facilitating the session. XLR is our service provider. You are sitting in New Delhi. I am sitting in Chennai, and Raj is sitting in another location in Chennai. This is called as a dispersed agile team. Any questions? Now do you understand what's the fine difference? Distributed agile is across geographies. Dispersed agile is not across geographies, it's across location, but the same team working across the same time difference. It may be in the same time difference, may not be. However, one thing which we need to understand is it's the same agile team which is working from multiple locations. Distributed agile teams span across geographies. Is it clear?
Yeah.
Right? So we have covered the key areas of agile. Information boards, information radiator. Have you seen this typical task Kanban board where you have stuck something and then where the graphs go up, graphs go down, and then where you exchange some post-its, right? That is called as an information radiator. A burn up chart and a burn down chart is also called as an information radiator. Sometimes a burn up chart and a burn down chart becomes a metric, but this burn up chart and a burn down chart also becomes an information radiator, right? Now, supposing I am having a testing person, a development person who is sitting across multiple locations in a same office, you are calling all of them together and you're putting them in one place. That is what is called as co-location. In some questions, you may be encountering a question called as a type matrix. Right matrix is nothing but co-location. Clear? Clear?
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. See, this is something which we need to understand. What is osmotic communication? An osmotic communication is something that is picked up or absorbed by another person. It's a natural communication without any barriers. I sit in front of you, you sit in front of me, and the two of us understand each other naturally. We just don't hear, we listen. That is what is called as communication. Yesterday we spoke about something called as an open loop system and a closed loop system. You remember? You remember?
Yes, sir.
Communication, is it an open loop system or a closed loop system?
Communication should be always closed one, no, sir. If it is open one, then
It should be, it can be of multiple types, but communication is of, I'm just writing it down so that the key points are actually there for your immediate reference. Are you okay with that?
yeah.
Push communication, full communication, near communication. Okay. Here sometimes it's also called as interactive communication. Okay. Push communication. In your office, your HR members have some policy documents regarding how a leave policy has been revised, how the travel policy has been revised, how the promotion policy has been revised, right? This kind of a policy where you actually are getting it cascaded from the topmost person to the bottommost person is what is called as a push communication model. The second thing is, let us say I am trying to talk about the newest change in the maternity policy in my office. Now, I need to look for it in my internal SharePoint or in my common web space portal. When I look into that, I search for it and I get this new maternity policy or a new leave policy model, and I understand that this document is present here. That kind of a communication is what is called as a full communication. Now, an interactive communication is something like your computer-based training. I key in some input and the system gives me back another reply. And then in that kind of a system where I interact with the system and the system interacts with me, that is called as interactive communication, right? Clear? And these are the types of benefits and communication. One is face-to-face whiteboard, face-to-face communication, video communication, and a phone conversation. The other thing is a video tape conversation. Please note, per the definition of PMI, email is not a formal means of communication. Okay. What is actually
IT
written?
industry, email is always treated as
Email is the only thing that is there, but per the definition of PMI, email is not a formal means of communication. It is an informal means of communication. What is written on hand and paper, that is formal means of communication.
okay.
You still go to any government office, do you think they'll send across an email to you?
But
All of it
when
is written by hand,
when you
right?
get selected, I think they email you the
Huh?
right. No, sir,
Sorry?
whenever they give the appointment letter, they give it by. So whenever for any government or any big corporate, whenever they give any appointment, they give it like through the mail also, through a hard copy also, which will be like posted through the post office.
So that is there, but then that is, and it will actually be signed. An email with a signature is formal communication. And anything that is written with hand is formal communication. Email is not a formal means of communication per PMI. You may want to remember that. Okay?
Okay.
Formal means of communication. The
Okay.
old communication models include paper. Sorry? Do you see this graph where you have the effectiveness of communication over the richness of the communication channel, the face-to-face whiteboard? I talk to you on face, you look at me, I can understand your body language, you understand my body language. That is the best means of communication. However, it may not be always possible to do that. So in such a case, what can be done to understand the richness of the communication channel versus the effectiveness of communication? This is called as a communication matrix grid. Okay, the video conversation, the face-to-face conversation, the phone conversation, emails, audio types, and the paper and the documentation options. Okay, then yes, this is something that you may want to remember. Physical proximity, temporal proximity, and amicability. Supposing a person is constantly yelling at you, will you feel very happy talking to that individual? No, right? So that is called as amicability. Physical proximity is I can sit next to you, you sit next to me. The co-location, which we are always talking about in co-located teams, is where this physical proximity is largely present, where I can strongly interact with you, you strongly interact with me. And that is called as a physical proximity based communication. A temporal proximity is where a person from another location comes over to this location so that you can have any discussion forum set up, have the questions ironed out, and then you get started. That is called as a temporal proximity. And most important of all, how acceptable is he towards communication? These are the factors. Okay. Most important thing is, have you all participated in daily stand-ups or daily scrums?
Yeah.
What is the main thing that was covered there? What did I accomplish yesterday? What am I going to accomplish today? And what was in my way? Right? So essentially, when you're doing all these things,
Right.
the risk graph, which was high, gets broken down. Do you understand how the risk factor gets broken down in an agile project? These are all instances where I'm having a one-on-one communication and the risk factor gets broken down. And by the time the sprint is over, the risk factor is also over. Right? The other thing is it also enforces a minimum aspect of discipline. Please tell me, who is the most indisciplined creation in this universe? Who is the most indisciplined creation in the universe? Unable to answer or what?
Human beings, sir. Human being is the disciplined also and indisciplined also. So
Human beings, right?
right, sir.
Human beings are the most indisciplined of the creation lot. Any other lesser form of a creation other than a human being has a minimum level of discipline. Human beings have no discipline and they are ruthless. That is where an agile project which strictly enforces upon discipline has a strong bearing, and this discipline and this empowerment together lead to success. Tell me, if how many times have we actually felt disciplined attaining a daily scrum?
So
Not many
because
times, right?
Scrum, right?
Huh?
No, sir. Right, right.
Hmm?
But sir, if you see, a Scrum is more disciplined, sir. If I compare with the others like the Kanban or ye, because we have to gather at a scheduled time, and we have to close
Exactly.
the sprint in a
Typically,
scheduled time.
agile projects enforce discipline,
Right.
and that's one reason why people don't like it. That's why they say agile doesn't work.
Yeah.
It forces you to become disciplined, right? We all don't like discipline, right? Do you like military life?
No, sir.
No, right? Then we say military doesn't work, right? The same is the story here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Planning, monitoring, and adapting. We have spoken about all these things: task, Kanban boards, iteration and release planning, burn-up charts, cumulative diagrams, process tailoring, agile estimation. Do you want to really get into the details of it? Relative sizing, we spoke about this, right? Height of the Taj Mahal versus your height and my height. Wideband
Right.
Delphi, you have done this estimate yesterday itself. Affinity estimating, how close it is. Are we using a PERT or are we using a triangulated estimation? And then Raj was telling that he was working for 9 hours 15 minutes, right? What's the difference between ideal time and actual time? That we have understood now, right?
Yeah.
That is all about estimation here. Analysis and design. Product roadmap. What do we really want the product to deliver to customer at the end of the entire show? What is the product backlog now? It is something that has a compilation of user stories that I think you would have seen through the document today morning, right?
Yeah.
Story maps, wireframes, chartering, personas, and agile modeling. We will get into short details of this. We spoke about the story map yesterday, remember?
Yeah.
Grouping related stories and stitched in such a way that it derives maximum business values. And it also helps drive out requirements missed earlier in the planning phase. Right? Quality.
Yeah.
What is quality? Yesterday we spoke about this pencil, right? I am
Right.
giving this pencil to write and this pencil is not doing what it is intended to do. So what is it? Is it fit for use?
No.
So essentially quality is fitness for purpose, right?
Right.
Yes. So quality is fitness for purpose. And the facts with which we go ahead and measure quality include frequent verification and validation, TDD or TFD, ATDD, definition of done. You remember we spoke about this artifact of definition of done here. Code artifacts, product backlog, potentially shippable increment, implicit definition of ready and explicit definition of done. I'll tell you what is definition of ready and definition of done is. Now, during course of the sprint planning, you discuss with product owner on what can be delivered, what cannot be delivered, where are the dependencies not absent, and how we can go ahead and bring in the success factor with regards to execution. Now, after having multiple to and fro discussions, you go ahead and showcase a document saying that these are all the artifacts which you are going to get delivered. These are all the questions that we have asked. These are all the clarification answers that you people have given. This is how we are going to execute it. If there is an exclusion clause, we are going to drop this and we are going to discuss with product owner or stakeholders or whoever it is. And this is where we had questions. We have got these questions clarified. In other words, it's a transparent living document throughout the entire sprint. This definition of ready symbolizes that you are eligible to kickstart the sprint. Now, after the sprint is over and no open defects found, either bugs which are found are postponed to the subsequent iteration or cancelled, or it has been moved out of that sprint itself, and then you come up with accepted stories. This definition of ready will become what? Definition of what will it become? The definition of ready will translate itself into definition of not clear?
Done.
Not clear?
Ready.
It becomes a definition of done. See, your definition of ready is a living artifact which says this is what I am going to do for this sprint. This is where no more questions will be entertained. Beyond this, if we have any clarifications, we'll have a to-and-fro discussion. Now, the acceptance of all the definition of ready artifact will translate itself to definition of done. That is what we have put here as an artifact. And continuous integration is actually about giving infinitesimal or multiple pieces of code so that the bug that is fixed does not reappear or the entire code in the system does not break. It ensures that maximum product quality is delivered to customer. We'll get into some of the details. We keep hearing this term V&V, right? V&V is nothing but verification and validation. Verification is nothing but looking for defects in your product where it differs from the intended functionality. Supposing my product is to ensure to have a pencil which makes a stain on the paper. Instead of it starts tearing the paper, it has failed the verification test, right? So that is verification. Validation. Supposing I got a pencil, you have given me a pencil and the pencil is not making a legible mark. I am unable to rub off the mark. This is what I wanted. Did I want a non-erasable pencil? That is validation. Did I want a very erasable pencil or a non-erasable pencil? Right? That is the validation. So verification and validation go hand in hand for you to deliver product quality. Now wait. Test-driven development or test-first development. This is one of the agile engineering practices we need to understand. Typically, the life cycle of a product is accept, analysis, design, build, test, and deliver. What happens? A developer gives in a line of code, checks the line of code, and then fixes the bugs, and then that comes back, and then they say developer is right, tester is right. There's a constant war that happens, and after some time, you deliver the product to customer. Now, supposing I am having a test case written to ensure that the bug which is found after the deliverance of the code is found even before the code is written. What happens? I'm able to fix a defect even before the code is coming out of the system. That is what is called as test-driven development or a test-first development. If I am written a case in such a way that my code does not fail during the testing process, that is, if I've written the case even before I write my line of code, it is called as test-first different. The difference between TDD and ATDD is that in TDD, you're writing the test case before the execution of the code, and ATDD, the tests are related to the functionality defined in the story and not in code. You understand? It is defined in the story, not per the line of code. Understand?
Yeah.
Acceptance is for a story, not for a line of code. You agree with me?
Yeah.
Okay. Definition of done. This is what you have discussed, right? Please take a look at this. These are living artifacts. Yeah, definition of ready, definition of done. Definition of done is a checklist, coding comment, unit testing, integration testing, and release notes. Definition of done at various levels. It is at a story level, or at a sprint level, or at a releasable level. It is at a potentially shippable increment. If you see in that video where I have given, these things will be mentioned. Okay. Nevertheless, please look at it and let me know where there are challenges, and then we'll get back to you. Okay. I'll move on. Continuous integration. This is something which is important. You probably will be using this in most of your project when it comes to a topic of automation. See, this concept of continuous integration typically involves producing a build. Can a build ever be error-free?
No, sir.
It cannot be, right? Errors are prone where humans work. Now, if I'm able to fix those errors at multiple iterations, there are some source code tools where the bugs get fixed, and this source control system essentially deployed the code, and when they find errors, it shows a build error, and once a build error is fixed, you deploy it again. If the integration between code 1 and code 2 is done, it ensures that you're delivering maximum value within shorter time frames. And what happens? Intended functionality from interface 1 is integrated to interface 2. I'll give you an example. Supposing I'm having a point of sale system in a retail warehouse. Okay. One of the system is to have a taxation system where I'm calculating the tax at location New Delhi, the other is at location Mumbai, the third is at location Chennai. Okay. Now that GST has been introduced, we need to understand how the GST rates for multiple inventory items are incorporated at the locations Delhi, Mumbai, and Chennai. Supposing I'm having 30,000 inventory items, earlier I used to have a separate database which comprises only the inventory items. Second, I had a database where I was having only the tax master. Now, continuous integration essentially involves that I'm integrating the two components of the inventory interface and also the taxation interface. What happens? Is now not a system which is working in silos. It is now integrated itself in such a way that for each and every inventory item, the tax component is integrated, and after the tax component is integrated, the GST also comes into picture. So essentially, do you think in the beginning itself we will be having the two of them integrated? Do you think you will have the inventory and the taxation separate, or will we be having it as a common database? Further, if you're going to act, are you there?
Yes, sir.
See, in the initial stages, when you're having a retail inventory schema, this inventory is a separate database, right? This taxation is a separate database. Do you think both the inventory and the taxation will be integrated in the beginning itself?
No, sir.
You will have to integrate it through an interface where you are populating the items based on their size, their form factors, the amount of inventory items on the shelf, and also what is the minimum maximum threshold which needs to be present on the shelf, and when is the reorder level. Most important of all, we need to integrate a taxation at multiple locations. Now, when I'm using a CI system, it will integrate each and every standalone component into a complete source kit by which maximum value can be delivered to business. You understand that? It is just not giving an independent inventory database. It is just not giving a separate taxation database. It is not about giving a separate pricing database. I'm integrating all the three. If there's an error of integration, that error needs to be fixed, and after their fixation of errors, I'm deploying it. So the entire system becomes an inventory database which has the inventory items, the pricing master, the taxation master, and also the minimum inventory reorder master. Now, do you understand where integration comes into picture? Clear or unclear? Raj and Vishal, clear?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand that.
Essentially, it is all about deploying multiple line items of code during a given time frame, so that if there are bugs, it gets fixed and you have maximum value delivered within the shortest iteration span. Okay? It is called as an engineering practice. These things will take time for you to digest. Don't worry, it's a Friday afternoon, right? It will definitely take time. Now, soft skills, negotiation, right? What is negotiation? Negotiating is about arriving at a common value in discussion between two or more parties so that they can work towards attaining a common goal. Okay? And some of the entities of negotiation includes emotional intelligence, collaboration, adaptive leadership, conflict resolution, and servant leadership. We will get into all of these things one by one. Emotional intelligence. Okay? I will tell you what is this emotional intelligence. Yesterday, we were talking about a difference between reaction and response, right? Now, supposing I understand that I need to respond in a way which takes care of multiple stakeholders' interests, not only mine, but also towards other stakeholders who play a key part. In such an instance, will my personal feelings be of any value? It won't be of much value, right? But then
Right.
you cannot compromise on ethics as well, right?
Yeah.
So how do I strike a balance between ethical behavior versus taking into account the other people's requirement, and also the way I am going to be sensitive to my requirement without crossing my level of freedom is what is called as emotional intelligence. The 7 components of emotional intelligence are mentioned here: self-awareness, resilience, motivation, interpersonal sensitivity, influence, intuitiveness, and conscientiousness. These are all open statements. It's about a lot of maturity through thought, and it takes a lot of time trying to build in the level of self-strength by which you become a motivation person, and by which you can understand the other person's problems as your own. By doing this, what happens? You will be able to influence the people around you towards attaining a common goal. These are all aspects of leadership. These are all what are called the 7 components of leadership. Where is this? Okay. So what happens? What is the outcome? Improved leadership skills, more effective. You remember yesterday we spoke about all these things: efficiency and effectiveness. You remember?
Yeah.
Are you there? You're able to correlate to what we discussed yesterday on this. Everything has a line item in relationship. Okay, effective handling and resolution of disputes, and most important of all, we'll be able to work out better cost-effective decision making and quality problem solving and decision making. You understand? So it's all about delivering value, and each of it is actually related in such a way that it's able to deliver the next value line item. What is collaboration versus coordination? Collaboration is all about working in such a way that you understand what my thoughts are, not by hearing, but by listening. And coordination comes with both listening and hearing. It takes into account both. For example, if a team needs to develop a release plan, has to collectively make a series of decisions. That is where you need to have a collaborative skill versus a coordination skill, right?
Right, sir.
Let's try to, we understood in the beginning of the session the fine difference between doing agile and being agile, right? Doing agile is because you're performing an action because your quality guy comes and catches you and says that you need to clear this NC or observation, and then you do it because you don't want to be caught in the red line. Now, being agile is after you have done a series of activities repeatedly, you have found out that it has started to deliver some level of value. So you start propagating agile principles down the line. That is where you actually change yourself from doing agile to being agile. And that actually translates itself into better achievement of business goals, profitability, share, and customer satisfaction. If you look at it, the tangible benefits would include net present value, better internal rate of return, and more learning. And intrinsic quality would mean reduction in technical debt and a platform experience with the triple constraint of cost, scope, and schedule. Right? Negotiation is about producing a common agreement. Okay, there is something called as a principled negotiation. Separate people from the problem. Don't have a judgmental approach. Not just thinking that he's bad, so his decisions will also be bad. There could be a reason why he is bad. Find out why he is bad, and that could actually be a key towards getting better value. And a focus on the interests, and then option for a mutual gain. It's a win-win, and then use objective criteria with which I can decide whether this can be done versus it should be talking about with metrics that really matter, and not on just principles, not on just thoughts which just come to my mind. How all of these things come towards practice just doesn't happen overnight. And what are the typical reasons? Do you think conflict is good? Before I get into
Sometimes
conflict,
good, sir.
do you think conflict is good?
Sometimes good. Sometimes it is good, sir. But
Okay, very good.
most of the time it is not
Okay.
good.
See, Vishal, I know you are a married guy, right? So sometimes it is good, right? Okay. What about Raj, eligible guy? What do you say?
Um, I would say like a conflicts should be there, and but it is also advisable to avoid conflicts.
Actually speaking, conflict is beneficial. The reason is It is only in times of conflict that you get to understand each other's true situational dependencies. And there are reasons why a person is behaving the way he or she is. One thing is, the reasons for conflicts would include lack of clarity, position focus, different values, and past history personalities. What are all the types of conflict management? Confronting. This is one of the worst ways of handling. But then, if you do not have an option, it is best you confront a problem. The second thing is compromising. Compromising seldom results in a win-win. It's actually a lose-lose. A withdrawal is also lose. Smoothing is also lose. Collaborating is a win-win, and forcing is a definite lose. These are all styles of conflict management, but in instances where you have to confront a problem, you cannot say that this customer is asking me a solution, so let me run away home and then I'm not going to answer the customer's question. Do you think that's going to answer my problem? Customer is constantly asking you a question and you don't want to confront a customer's question and you want to run away home. Do you think it'll help you?
Never, sir.
No, right? So you better go ahead, see the problem and get done with the problem. So you need to decide what approach to be used for what situation. There will be some situational questions on how you use conflict resolution situations that we will look into during course of the subsequent chapters. Collaboration, level 2 is support, level 3 is accommodate, level 4 is safe structure grid, and then level 5 is do whatever is necessary to prevent people from hurting each other. These are 5 stages of conflict resolution. Okay. What are all the characteristics of leadership? Yesterday we heard something about servant leadership, right? Scrum, you have a Scrum master as a servant leader. In Kanban, you have a Kanban master as a servant leader. What do you think is the prime difference between a project manager and a servant leader?
The project manager can order something and he means taking the ownership. And in the servant leader, ownership is not with the servant, but the person to whom he is reporting or he or she is reporting.
I had an answer from one of the training facilitations. A project manager does your appraisal, a servant leader does not do your appraisal.
No, sir, but sometimes even servant leader is also doing the appraisal.
No, this was the answer that I got.
Servant leader may also happen to be on a one-on-one, right?
Yes. A servant leader is a person who actually does the job with clear intent to motivate, help, and take things in the spirit in which it has to be taken further. We need to understand that you need to serve without getting an expectation to serve. You need to give without an expectation to give. Do you think it is such an easy quality to imbibe? Doing something without an expectation.
No, sir, not easy.
Do you think I can do something without expecting something to be given back?
Depends.
All of us have an expectation, right? You have an expectation on me and I have an expectation on you, right? So if I'm doing some job without an expectation, that is called as a detached way of working. Servant leadership is one of the most difficult aspects of management, where I detach myself completely from my work and I'm just supposed to do what I'm supposed to do without expecting the results. It is some principle which is explained in the Bhagavad Gita or in the religious text, but we will not get into the religious aspects of Agile. So essentially, if you're going to look at it from a project management aspect, it is all about detaching yourself completely from the results. I'm just doing my results without expecting the outcome. That aspect of thought is what you call as servant leadership, and the characteristics that denote servant leadership include listening, conceptualization, foresight, empathy. And an empathy is all about looking at your problem from your angle, not from my angle, right? If I fell down and if you look at me and tell no, go and put some medicine on it, it is sympathy. If you come and ask me how did you fall down, do you want me to help by bringing you some medicine? Do you want me to escort you to your place where you're supposed to go? That is empathy. Looking at a problem from that individual's perspective is empathy. Healing, stewardship. How many of you have been to a restaurant? You've all been to a restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Irrespective of the fact that you're going to give this steward or the bearer or the server a tip in the restaurant, otherwise he gives you the food, right? He serves the food, right? That aspect is called as stewardship. Serve without the expectation to be served. Feed without the expectation to be fed. Awareness, commitment, persuasion, and a building community. These are all characteristics that denote servant leadership. Okay, very wide topics. Please look at it. And some very important topic which we'll be talking about. Metrics. Yeah, I think we have more or less covered all these things, right? Velocity, cycle time. By the way, what's the difference between lead time and cycle time?
Lead time is always greater than cycle time.
Exactly. It is a time from which the upper job has started without waiting for the time the actual activity has started. Lead time actually talks about the cycle time talks about the activity from the when the actually starts. So lead time will always be greater than the cycle time. Escape defects. Some defects which have not been fixed or for some reason it has escaped over from this iteration to the subsequent iteration. That is called as escape defects. We'll get into some details here. These escape defects generally will be considered as a ranked backlog and will be worked along with other project items. See, it is not intentional that we are trying to push defects. It happens because we will not every defect can be fixed, right? There is a human dependency on all the work that we are working on. That is where escape defects generally come in. You need to actually look at two things which for calculating escape defects. What is the version which is affected and in which version of the deployment have you found out this error and in which date did this version get deployed, right? Now when you are finding the release versions and you are finding the version for which you are getting the defects, this count of all the defects that have come into the release version is your escape defect count. What does it mean? It means to say that the testing cycle needs to be more thorough. You need to look at things more from what you are looking today. And that means you have a clear-cut testing schema with which you can prevent both escape defects and leak defects. Right? Value stream mapping with something. We are always talking about value, right? Let us try to understand. The three things about value stream mapping include understanding what the process is all about. The second thing is information on the material flow. And the third thing is data-driven process. What is this value stream? Whenever there's a product or a challenge, there is a value stream. The challenge lies in saying it. Many a time we keep saying the customer does not know what he's talking about, right? Unknown unknowns. If there is a product or a service for a customer, which the customer, there's always, this is how a salesperson looks at it. It so happened, I'm sure you'll be knowing about this. There was once upon a time where a shoe manufacturing company appointed a salesperson and then he was sent to another island to sell shoes. And this guy went over from location A to location B in an island and then he told these guys are only wearing undergarments, so there is no requirement for a shoe. The second guy went there and he told, oh, these guys are wearing only undergarments. They are the ideal candidates for shoes. You see the difference?
Yeah.
The first person only saw that he was only wearing undergarments and then no shoes are required. The second guy saw they are wearing undergarments, so there is a need for shoes. The problem is about identifying how you are going to provide that service to the customer. See, typical examples include raw material to a customer for a manufacturing and order to cash. What is this order to cash? This services include support. See, this is a part of your supply chain system. I will not be getting into details of this. This order to cash is talking about something as supply chain. I raise a purchase order for a commodity to be delivered to my location and I raise a purchase order. That purchase order will go ahead and when it meets the person who is going to supply me, it becomes a sale order. The sale order, when it comes back to me, it comes back to me with a sale note, and when I pay back that money, what happens? That item goes into my warehouse and it gets checked into the warehouse with a goods inward note. This entire transaction from a purchase order to a cash receipt and back into my warehouse is what is called as an order to cash transaction. Clear?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too many concepts, right? Kaizen.
Yeah.
Full is Agile, Kanban, cellular flow. TPM. What is TPM?
Shadri, like I have to go on a call. I'll quickly join you back.
No problem. Please carry on. So you want me to hold on?
No, no, no. You please continue. Like I'll join you back.
Not a problem. Okay. The quality at source. These are all key aspects of Kaizen. Kaizen is a process improvement initiative which is actually done from Toyota. There's also a lean improvement or a agile process of ensuring that we have minimum inventory items and we get the maximum productivity. Batch reduction, teams, 5 years, and then the visual and the layout. We'll get to the details now. Okay. Value streams include identifying a product service to analyze, and then plan to revisit the process, developing a roadmap, and then reviewing the map to find a delay, waste, and constraint, and identifying a value stream for identifying steps, cues, and reasons for the information delay. See, essentially, it is all about understanding how we can translate an order from where you start towards where you deliver. Are you with me or are you lost?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, stop me. See, these are all critical concepts when it comes to value stream analysis. In the value stream analysis, you need to understand that identifying a product or a service to analyze, and then how is this product going to deliver value with the steps, cues, and the information flow. Most important of all, we need to find out this reason for delay, waste, and constraint. See, what is example of a waste? A waste is something which hinders the flow of data or information, and with which we are not able to deliver the value in the way it was supposed to do. See, for example, I'll give you an example of a waste. Let us say I want you to send me a report of the number of people who are present in the office on a specific day. Instead of coming and asking me, you send me 2 mails. What kind of reports do you want? Is this what you want? And then I send you 5 other mails. Instead of having a one-on-one communication, what did we do? You sent me 10 or 12 mails. In the process, what happened? The lead time for me to send a report to you has actually increased. Is it going to be of any benefit to you or to me or to the organization?
No, sir.
That is what is called as a waste of transportation. This is one of the lean principles, how to reduce the waste of transportation. And then how are we going to develop an optimized roadmap with an optimized state? This is something which we are talking about, a product roadmap selection. You remember we were talking about a roadmap creation with the release backlog. This is the value stream mapping is about understanding with what basis are the product roadmaps created so that we have optimum service delivery, minimum work, maximum results. It's all about cutting down the corners to ensure that the waste aspect is done away with and maximum productivity is done. Do you know that Toyota actually has the minimum inventory? Have you heard of a concept called JIT or just-in-time manufacturing?
Just-in-time manufacturing.
JIT.
No, sir.
This JIT in Toyota, what they do is Toyota as such does not have inventory to keep hold of all the items for manufacturing a car. They take the orders for the car, and then what happens is they buy inventory items just for stacking the items for which they have got the orders, do the assembling in a quality based manner, do all the checks and balances, roll out the product, take the money, close the inventory shelf. So what is the net inventory on the shelf?
So it is
What's the net inventory on the shelf now?
0, sir.
0. So you don't need to create a warehouse room to keep another warehouse room, and for the another warehouse room you don't need to keep another ledger, and for that ledger you don't need to keep a laptop, and for keeping the laptop you don't need another system. You understand? Identifying the root cause of the waste and killing the root cause of the waste is all about understanding how to cut short the inventory with which you can maximize the deliverable. You understand? That is value stream analysis, right?
Okay.
Yes. First of all, this is an example. Cake selection, bakery counter, checkout, unpack, slice. You and friend eat. The second thing is cake selection, bake counter, checkout line, unpack and slice. You and friend eat. Now do you understand?
Right.
Value stream mapping. Understand this. Cake selection, bake counter, unpack, slice. You see this non-value added time. The value added time in which you are not.
Sir,
Sorry.
I want to just have a contradictory over here. Like here, there what the customer is ordering it. Toyota is always means try to keep inventory as minimal as possible. Means whatever the order they are getting, they are picking the items from the inventory and they are assembling it and delivering it to the customer. But if you look at the IT industry is today like the big ITs, like the big ITs in the India, they are keeping the bench strength which is like a 30,000, 40,000, or even 20,000 and 18,000, right? So instead of like we always got the product, we always got the customer's requirement, we are having the resources for working on it. So instead of keeping a lot of resources sitting on bench, so why don't we keep a minimal in that, and so that the optimal resource utilization will be done. Means,
that's what the entire industry is doing right now.
So why don't you follow that will
Sometimes,
yeah.
you remember, I asked you one question yesterday. Do you think Agile can be implemented everywhere?
No, sir.
It can't be, right? In places where you can implement it, it will work like a charm. In places where you cannot work, where you cannot implement Agile, where people are very happy working in the traditional system, it is all about the Agile mindset. Because in Agile systems, you are essentially dealing with people. And one saying in English is, tough times don't last, but tough people
Always last,
they
sir.
always do, right?
Sir,
So the problem is
that's what I'm trying. Yes, sir. I also want to say that if you focus on the quality, the means what I can say, whether that person will be here or there, he will always bring the good things with him, right? If you focus on the quality.
exactly.
But
So that is all about understand how are you going to cut down on the non-productive activities, non-value added activities. Sometimes without doing the non-value added activities, you may not be able to do a value added activities. You need to understand how we can cut down the non-value added activities, right? Cake selection to bakery counter for 4 minutes. Can you do without a selection to a bakery counter? The waiting time of 4
no,
minutes
sir.
can be done to 2 minutes, but it cannot be 0, right?
Right.
The idea is in about reducing the non-value added activities towards enhancing productivity. It cannot be done away with completely. By the way, do you guys want a 5 minutes of a bio break?
Sure, sir. Sure.
Okay, we'll exactly assemble at 4:55 after a short bio break. Okay.
Okay.
Can we get started? Are you there? Are you back after the short break? Vikash, are you present? Raj and Vikash, are you present? Are you present, Vikash?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, great. So I think we have got around one hour worth of work to get delivered. The earned value is actually 1 hour.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Raj also present? Yes. You see that? We've spoken about wastes that can need to be eliminated. And most important of all, this aspect of gold plating is something that most developers have an attitude. I will develop something more than what is to be developed. That does not result in anything useful. On the contrary, it is going to result in more expense. Okay. Task
Right.
switching, working on multiple projects, and then prototype, delays in waiting for review and getting sign-offs. All of this is actually a waste. I told you, right? See, supposing you
Right.
go to a bakery store and this actually waits 2 more minutes, 1 minute, 10 minutes, right? The
Hello.
maximum you can do. Yes, please. Yes, Raj, are you back?
Yeah, yes, sorry. Please share your
Essentially,
screen.
we are only talking. Oh, I have not shared my screen. Oh
Oh,
God.
okay.
I thought I was sharing my screen. I'm talking. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
thank you.
I have an earned value of 1 hour to get done.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So
Hmm.
essentially, we were talking about value-based added work and versus non-value added work. Let us say I go to a bakery, I choose a cake and I order a cake. Can the time to choose a cake and order the cake, the waiting time, can it be 0?
Cannot be.
No.
Right? But it should be made as minimum as possible, right? That is the
Correct.
whole idea about waste reduction. And after this, how are you going to cut down on the waste? See, I'm talking about a simple bakery case. Let us say I'm talking about a typical development testing related activity. When you're going to create an environment for developing, the time for securing the software entities required for to be installed in the development environment and test environment selection, and then are you going to create a prototype or are you going to test this thing in the real-time database, and then is it going to have any impact on the production server, are you going to do this, who are all the people who are going to take the approval, all this waiting time is essentially going to add to your waste. The idea is about cutting down the non-utilized time towards ensuring that the maximum can be delivered within the shorter time. Do you get the essence of the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay. Software. You understand? See, these are all the wastes, extra processes, extra features, waiting, motion. Typically, if you see, this waste is a combination of both software development work and it also talks into account how much time I'm going to spend for moving an item from warehouse or location A to location B. Supposing I'm able to move this item from location A to location B, I'll give you an example. Let us say Deepavali on a location A has a very high level of ornaments to be sold, gold ornaments to be sold. But what I say is I try to be as economical as possible and I go ahead for bulk parcel in a train. Okay, instead of a bulk parcel in air, there are means of sending a parcel for precious ornaments either through flight or through railways or through road. Now, if I want my commodity to be sold immediately, will I use air travel or will I use land travel or will I use water travel?
Yeah.
Air travel, right? Now I say that no, air travel is going to be costly, so I will use land travel. So
It's
the
depends on
value which I'm actually, it depends. Once again, see what everything is situation dependent. What I'm saying is, if I'm going to maximize my outcome by transporting my commodity through air, I will use it because I'm going to get more return on investment. But instead of it, I'm just waiting for the commodity to arrive from location A to location B. What happens? I'm waiting for the approval, and this motion is going to wait, and I'm having to wait till the commodity gets from location A to location B, right? That is what is called as waste in motion. It comes into both in transportation and also in distributed agile teams. This the transportation and motion essentially comes on accounts of efforts required to communicate or move information from group A to group B. It happens in distributed teams and during handoff sessions. That is during a business as usual send-offs, right?
okay.
We shall now move to knowledge level 1. See, one thing is focus, attention, and encourage. Taking notes, summarizing. These are all entities of communication. Brainstorming is one of the requirement gathering sessions by which everybody tries to share as much information as possible. The motto of the session is to provide as much information as possible. Don't be judgmental. Don't limit information. More the ideas, more the inputs. But brainstorming has its inherent disadvantage. What happens? You have a partisan group where one person tends to hijack the session. Because the session gets hijacked, you will not be able to have flow of ideas which other people may be providing, right? It also leads to formation of groups with specific ideologies, and I may not be able to look at any input from a open thought process, right? There will be pockets of information, and because there is a group leader who is actually dominating the conversation, another people may not be able to share their information, or they may be feeling scared. Now, to overcome that, what happens? You have another session which is called as a Delphi technique. Are you conversant with this brainstorming session?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the idea is to get as much idea information as possible without domination, but brainstorming seldom does not permit that. So what do? Is we have another technique which is called as a Delphi technique. Yesterday, remember we discussed on this, where I have an anonymous information and it is used in regions where the information gathering session is in sensitive regions. Supposing there's a very strong person who is having a very strong relationship with the leadership, and there is another person who's trying to find out the root cause of the problem. It may not be possible for me to go and say on face that you're the root cause of the problem, right? So anonymously, if I am giving the information, gets a clear message that this person is the root cause of the problem. There are other methods, but I wanted to actually do a comparison of brainstorming versus Delphi. And we also talked about this wideband Delphi, right? Delphi technique with a band, 10 to 15%, 5 to 15%, 20 to 25%. You are giving a range of values that can be selected on your problem statement. That is called as wideband Delphi.
The
These are all the
slide is
processes.
brainstorming. The slide is still
Sorry?
stuck the brainstorming.
No, it isn't based on me. I was actually comparing this to Delphi, which we had yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Empowerment. We spoke about empowerment, right? When the team is empowered, they become capable of taking a decision. Then this is where a conventional project manager changes from a project manager to a servant leader. You understand?
Yeah.
This is the basis of empowerment. What are the attributes? Authority is to be shared by all the members to make a decision. It is in contrast with traditional projects where teams have to ask for permission. This is where you come across a system which is a pull-based system versus a flow-based system. See, in either of these agile systems, you don't need to take permission to get the work done. Wherever there's a problem, you go ahead and get the work done, right?
Right.
Types of teams. These are all the team forming stages which you need to remember. Essentially, this is called as a shoe-hari rule. A shoe-hari rule essentially talks about a shoe rule where you follow the rule, where you do agile. I don't have any other option. I do agile, and then I break the rule. I just don't follow agile. I do everything opposite to agile, and then I do a comparison mentally as to what happened after I followed the rule and what after I broke the rule. Then I start becoming a proponent of agiles, and that is where real success manifests. That is the restage. And the types of team include a real team, a potential team, a pseudo team or a false team, and a working group. So this is where a real team is a matured team from a working group to a false team to a potential team. You understand? See, each of it is an elevation in itself.
I have
Right?
a generic doubt.
Please me.
Why is that all terminologies are almost in Japanese?
Most of the lean manufacturing systems originated from Japan. Kaizen, Kanban. They are the earliest components of Agile.
Oh, okay.
We actually began our discussion from the Toyota manufacturing plant. You remember?
Yeah.
That is where Kanban was strongly institutionalized. And from Kanban, they took up the concept of the 3C concept with extreme programming as an engineering concept. And from there, we diversified from extreme programming to Scrum as an agile framework. Most of the lean and agile frameworks have very strong presence in the manufacturing background and in aerospace systems, where quality and lean are the rule of the day, not even the game. You don't do it, it's a life-threatening scenario, right?
Right,
See, if
sir.
a software system does not work, not life is lost. But if an aircraft system fails, can you tell me how much of loss is there? It is phenomenal.
Right.
So these Japanese guys and German guys are actually, Japanese guys are essentially known for quality. German guys are known for engineering, right? So you need to understand a mix of the two. How to have a mix of both quality and engineering based application. That is where this lean and agile systems essentially come into picture. And can you actually use Kanban everywhere?
No, sir.
You can't,
I
right?
hope not.
I feel Kanban can be advised.
Kanban can be advised. I'm talking about JIT, lean inventory. Or no inventory. No inventory or lean inventory is a very high mature way of handling the business. And it takes time for you to go from a region of high inventory to low inventory to absolutely no inventory. It takes a lot of collective effort and management support to ensure that you go from absolute inventory to no inventory. That is where you have the shoe-ha-reef rule. I follow the rule, I go against the rule, and then I propagate the rule. Right? Shall we move to the next slide?
So Toyota is following no inventory or the minimum inventory?
There is a practice called JIT or a just-in-time inventory.
Just-in-time inventory. Okay, JIT.
Just-in-time is one of the mature lean practices.
Okay.
Okay, building an empowered team. These are all the steps. Set and meet the expectations. Trust. You don't trust, you never get anything. And then we spoke about the difference between reaction and response, right?
Right.
Because human beings have a capability to respond, you are given responsibilities, and that is why it becomes a responsibility in office. And removing the blame game. I did it, the tester is right, the developer is right. Remove that. That is when a cross-functional, empowered team comes into picture. Otherwise, you will forever be in the level 1. Do you want to go from level 1 to level 2? The choice is yours. Right? Coaching and mentoring. Basically speaking, when you're talking about coaching, it is all about understanding how a person is executing the way he or she would normally do and suggest ways and means of taking the business towards a way in which it can match present requirements. Okay, I want to ask you one question. Do you think everybody needs a coach?
No, sir.
Nobody, you don't need a coach.
No, sir. Sometimes the individuals are so mature and so capable that they even go without a coach. It depends ki how individual.
You don't need a coach every time,
Yeah.
right?
If you take the example, sir, so if you can take the example of right now the Indian team, sometimes they are means on certain tools they have gone without coach and they have performed. So it
Hmm.
depends. Individual is means
But who do you think would have
depending
coached
upon.
them to attain a certain level of maturity? Who do you think would be responsible for bringing them to a certain level of maturity? There would be someone
Definitely a
somewhere,
coach,
right?
sir. Right, sir. Definitely it is a coach, sir. Initial stage,
Definitely you need a
somebody
coach,
has
right?
right,
Someone is a person who is there helping you identify the defects without you knowing that it was a defect all these days, and then removing the impediments and then setting proper goals so that you take things in the way it is supposed to be done,
right.
right? That is where everybody needs a coach. Everybody needs a mentor. Communications. We spoke about this effective at large, right? Communication between team members, stakeholders, co-location, multiple stakeholders, and small team with a small customer, right? We've spoken about this, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Pair programming, unit testing, daily scrum, iteration reviews, and then sprint demonstration. These are all feedback loop systems. We spoke about open loop system and a closed loop system, right? Tell me, this is the techniques which we have shown here. Are they all closed loop systems or open loop systems?
A Scrum is a closed loop, sir.
I'm talking about a feedback loop system which you're seeing in the screen now.
That is a closed loop.
All of these are closed loop systems. Feedback system is there. Any system that has an inherent feedback system becomes a closed loop system. It has an input, it has a definite process, an output, and a feedback system for incorporating the changes. See, if we see there, change something, find out how it went, learn from it. That learning from it becomes your retrospective. And that retrospective becomes a feedback for you to change. Please take a look at the two videos which I shared, the links. It would actually talk about how you gain feedback system for an agile project. Okay, and let me know, I'll share with you my contact details. From there we can take it to the next level on how we can take about this aspect of feedback to a next level. What is this concept of incremental delivery? We spoke about iterative and incremental behavior, right? Imagine giving everything in one go versus giving something incrementally. What happens? You are working in order of a business priority, you are breaking down the risks, and there is a flexibility in the terms of delivery. See, what is the point? I told you regarding a pencil, right? We were actually trying to build a prototype of a pencil with an eraser. Supposing your business says we do not want that eraser in the pencil, we need a pencil immediately. What happens? You will not be wasting your time trying to build your eraser with a pencil. On the contrary, you will be delivering only the pencil alone. That is where the flexible aspect of delivery comes in picture. Because you are not incorporating the feature which the business considered waste, what happens? It becomes an early delivery. Now, do you understand? It is all about attaining fast feedback so that you fail fast and deliver maximum value. Right?
Right.
These are all techniques of knowledge sharing. Daily scrum, retrospectives, cross-functional team, release and iteration planning, pair programming. We spoke about all these things extensively, right?
Right.
Okay. Leadership styles. Directing. I want to get this done. Facilitating. How am I going to get this done? Coaching, supporting, autocratic, consultative, and consensus. Do you think one technique can be applied across all boundaries everywhere?
No, sir.
Okay. See, at your lower level, when I'm working with Scrum of Scrum teams, do you think I can be autocratic? When I'm working with teams who are trying to bring the product backlog into shape, can I be autocratic? Autocratic is a behavior like how Hitler had. Can you get it done like that?
That
No,
would
sir.
be unethical.
Sorry?
Because that is not acceptable in Agile, right, sir? Dictatorship, nature is not required in Agile. I hope so.
Okay.
Because
Now, wait a minute. I have one more question. Supposing an organization was doing good business and all of a sudden the business started falling down. Do you think the executive leadership can start coaching the executive VPs? Can there be a coaching there?
Leaders are enough capable, sir.
No. You didn't understand my question. I'm talking at a lower rung of a ladder. When the teams are working towards delivering their increments, you are saying you cannot be autocratic, right? Now, at the same time, when the leadership is trying to talk to the vice presidents on why the business is having a downfall, do you think I can adopt a coaching kind of an initiative, or should it be a directing initiative?
Since revenue, better go for a coaching, sir, because if you start directing it, it may that certain things may collapse. But if you,
I do not know. Please don't run a company, man. A person at the highest position of the discussion, he's supposed to take a decision and he did not take a discussion. Do you think his big boss will be coaching him, or will he come and trash him?
Directing.
That is where directing needs to come into picture. Get this done. Facilitating. Tell me what it takes to get done. Coaching. Please tell me. I will mentor you ways and means of ensuring that this is the way it can be done. Supporting. How can I help you get this work done? Autocratic. You better do this or I'll cut your head. Consultatives. Can you get this done? Consensus. Are we all on the same page? Do you think we need to bring in some opinion? Please understand that tools and techniques cannot be applied for every member across the same board. Each scenario requires a different kind of a tool and technique. I cannot be directing at the lower rung and I cannot be coaching at a higher end. It's a combination of a command control approach versus a collaborative approach which will take the system to success. You understand?
Right. But sir, I have a scenario over here. Suppose sometime, as you are saying that your revenue is declining, but in those scenarios, sir, even from the top leader, top management, comes that okay, start doing the cost cutting, so start raising the resources and all those. And even in such scenarios, the strong leader, the upper leader, say that instead of like firing the, and we should like train them on other technology.
That is a different byproduct. I'm talking about the immediate step. Should it be a directing approach? And then if it's going to come to a coaching approach, when the leadership needs it, these guys need some kind of a mentoring, then we can adopt a coaching standard, kind of an approach. But the first set is it going to be a directing approach or is it going to be a coaching approach?
For immediate effect, definitely it is a directing, sir, because coaching
is a directing approach. That's what.
Right.
You should understand that no can be worn by every individual in this universe for the same size. Everything has to be tailored. You need to understand that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And the other techniques are empowering of the team. This team empowerment is a widely abused term of late. See, we need to understand that with greater power comes greater responsibility. Many a time we think that the more the power, we are happy. It is about more responsibility and more maturity. So essentially, this empowerment talks about having more responsibility, providing necessary support and becoming change agents, because you cannot fight tomorrow's war with weapons that existed 20 years back, right?
Right.
When things are changing at a dynamic rate, do you think it can be done in a way which systems that existed 20 years back?
No.
Right? That is where you need to be a change agent and systematically involve the right people, not involve everybody. Right? And then essentially, these are all the people: business, the developers, the support, and the product owner. Okay. And then the prioritization tools, the backlog. And you spoke about exciters versus delighters versus neutral versus turnoffs, right? That's a Kano model. 4 steps: 5 whys, the appreciation, the root cause, mind maps, and an affinity diagram and a flow chart. This cause and effect diagram is something which we would be seeing as to why a an activity happened and what is the root cause of all that. It is sometimes also called as an Ishikawa diagram or a fishbone analysis. Have you heard of this?
Fishbone diagram, heard it.
Yes. What about you, Raj? Raj, are you present? Oh, I think he's not there. I think Raj is not there. Yeah. And the other thing is, we have a root cause analysis and a mind map. A typical mind map is all about having the root cause of the problem and having a thinking pattern emerging out of each of the activities that you are described. Let us say, I'll give you a mind map. First
Sorry,
thing
sir,
is
I was
the
on mute.
yeah, hi Raj, you're back.
Yeah, I no, I was here only. Like I was on mute. I had a call,
Yeah,
official
absolutely
call.
fine, man. Please carry on. I thought your call, you are done with your call. See, if you are in the middle of a call, please go ahead. This
No,
deck
no, no.
will be shared. We will
I just
explore with
completed.
okay, great.
Yeah.
Very good. So we were actually talking about the problem solving tools and techniques with the Ishikawa, the fishbone diagram, root cause analysis, mind
Root
maps,
cause.
the 5 whys. Why do you think it is called as a 5 why and why is it not a 1 why? See, if you look at any problem analysis statement, when you ask the first why, you will not get a direct answer. The second why may be pointing out to the problem statement or it may not be pointing out. The third statement will force a person statement. The fourth instance, the individual starts thinking. He will not react. The fifth why will actually give you the real insight to the problem. On the instance, what was the real reason for the problem to be triggered? That is why it is called as a 5 why analysis. Mind maps, affinity diagrams, these are all tools and techniques. The 5 why analysis, you see here, this is what is called as a fishbone diagram. This is a flow chart, the 5 why analysis, and this is a mind map. I'll just zoom it out for you if you guys are not able to see it. It is essentially drawing out a pattern from which the root of the problem statement and how are you going to break down the root of the problem to smaller entities at which you can start delivering. It's all about drawing an epic and from an epic, how you can break it to the smallest entity of a task, right? Shall we move on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Project and quality standards. These are all pretty straightforward description points beyond formatting, how to create a coding format document, have a set of coding standards, design conventions, build conventions, and a file and a directory layout, and how to decide on a integrated design environment, and then adhering to standards, quality standards. See, these are all more or less self-explanatory. That's why I'll quickly run through all these things. Another half an hour, we'll wrap up the whole thing. Okay. You remember we were always talking about Toyota, right? These are all the 10 principles. You can take a look at this. If there are any specific questions, you can touch base with me offline. Okay. Team motivation, spending quality time, be a believer, how to motivate, sharing a vision and talking to your team, right? Rewards, visibility, recognition, feedback, and setting realistic goals. We spoke about setting goals yesterday, right? Smart goals. You remember?
No.
You remember or have you forgotten?
No, sir. Remember.
Which one?
But today,
Smart goals.
measurable,
Attainable, realistic, and time bound.
realistic, and time bound, specific.
Right?
But sir, yeah. But today, sir, in bigger organization, if you see, they just during the time of appraisal, they will give you the goal sheet, fill it, give it.
Sorry?
Whatever we read it, it's not up to the mark in the industry if you come to the real scenario.
That is where you need to understand the difference between perception and reality.
Yeah.
Right? These are all some values. These are all more or less open statements, Scrum values, respect, openness, courage, focus, 3 roles, ceremonies, and the artifacts. Remember, we spoke about all these things.
Yeah.
Where is this? 3 roles, ceremonies, and artifacts, right? Components of a high performance team. You please take a look at this when this deck is shared to you, and then how our business case developed, how our business case is developed, and what is the ROI and payback and the required investment, right? Then what are all the hearing of something called as a tight matrix, that is also called as a co-located team. These are just some details on how it is implemented. Continuous improvement is all about eliminating waste, delivering as fast. In other words, delivering fast and fail fast so that you can attain quick feedback and deliver maximum value. Okay. And then 7 categories of waste: overproduction, waiting. This we spoke some time back. What are all these? 10 mails sent when there is just one interaction needed. Waste of waiting, waste of transportation, waste of inventory, defects, and then extra processing, right? What are the entities of a project charter? Vision, mission, and success criteria. We have discussed the difference between a mission and a mission, facilitating brainstorming methods, and having open-ended questions. Process analysis. How are you going to do a process analysis technique? Having the system goals, define the main users, and then the system usage patterns, UI mockups, and then this is all about creating a prototype. Okay.
Sorry, here,
Self-assessment.
here it is written only for the L2, means it applies only for L2. All this.
Sorry.
Here on the top, sir. Here on the top, if you see it's
level
like
2.
Level
2. The earlier one was level 1. This is level 2.
Okay.
What are the code of ethics? Level 3. Asset recording, organization, and project financial reporting. Where you are, this talks about some compliance and standards. I will go ahead and share. See, these things are more or less self-explanatory. I will not be spending much time on all these things. These things can be just straight from your deck or from the presentation. Okay.
Yeah.
These are all some standards: CMMI, ISO, SOX, IEEE, Six Sigma, and upper control. You remember we were talking about variance and trend analysis today, right? The upper control limit and the lower control limit essentially talks about the variance. And how many times the activity gets repeated becomes your trend. Okay, practically simple. Deming principle is something you may have 1 or 2 questions on this. PDCA is plan, do, check, act. It's called as a Deming's principle. You may have 1 or 2 questions on this. One thing is, Agile is, as a myth, it is not a silver bullet to solve problems. In other words, it is not like saying that if I am delivering some solution within 9 months, Agile will not help you deliver within 9 days. It will take the same time frame. However, you are incrementally delivering value, and because I'm incrementally delivering value, I will be able to apply early corrective course of action to ensure that I do not stray away from what is actually to be delivered. Right? Failure modes: bad scrum master, lack of collaboration, not retrospectives, checkbook commitment. You can just go through this and you can communicate with me offline on this. I'll quickly run through this to see if there's something which I need to contribute, I'll contribute. Otherwise, we can discuss on this offline. Okay? Cultural team. Did you see this? We spoke about cost variance and schedule variance in our project costing, right?
Right.
Trend analysis is about collecting that information to spot a pattern. In project trend management, you use historical results to ensure that we don't repeat negative outcomes. So these are all typical information patterns which you may want. One is extreme programming, Scrum. We have more or less covered all these things. Just a quick recap. Extreme programming, Scrum. This is a daily Scrum. That videos, demonstrations which I gave have more information. You can actually interpret what was delivered using that. Sprint backlog, product backlog, and a release backlog. These are the principles: communication, openness, transparency, courage, and respect. Seven plus or minus 2 members is a maximum size, which includes the product owner and the scrum master. A team having more than 9 members essentially becomes a scrum of scrum, which is called as scaled scrum. We are also able to see the differences between Scrum and extreme programming. Remember? Hello? You guys are present?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm quickly running through because most of it we have covered in yesterday's session. Lean and Kanban. Work in progress limits is what is mentioned here. Feature driven development.
Sir, lean is basically like elimination of waste, right?
Yes. Yes.
So any method, any particular tool for that, sir? Lean or lean itself is a tool?
Lean is a principle.
Okay.
Agile is a philosophy. Frameworks. Now we are asking this question. Frameworks that imbibe lean principles and agile as a philosophy include Scrum, Kanban, extreme programming, test-driven development, feature-driven development, and Crystal. Lean principles. See, if I have to really map it in a way in which you can really understand, agile as such is a philosophy. Okay? Lean becomes the operating element within the agile philosophy. And Scrum, Kanban, Lean are all the blood veins which actually reach agile as a philosophy.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Agile is a larger set.
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
You can take a look and see. I'm quickly running through this. Raj.
Yeah.
I'm quickly running through this because most of it we have covered in yesterday's session and today's session. So I'm just trying to see if there is something that I have missed out. And if there's something that has not been done, that I thought I'll quickly cover. Because you are more or less running towards 6 o'clock timeline, right? You should not be sending all the time sitting for a certification, right?
Yes, sir.
Are you guys in agreement?
How many slides are still pending? Okay, 276. 20.
This is an example of a lean system. Rather than my going and seeing how many slides are present, this is a small indicator at the top, right? Out of 301 slides, we have covered 276 slides. Adaptive software development. Huh?
No, sir. Go ahead. Actually, I'm saying that any conceptual is still pending, so that should cover first.
All these things, adaptive software development was actually done. We spoke about this in the beginning, remember?
Don't disturb me.
Yeah.
APMG, Jim Highsmith, plan, speculate, envision, and then check and then deliver. You remember? This is just a quick recap of whatever we have done since yesterday. Unified process. Typically, I have not seen many questions on Agile unified process in the examination. This is just for your awareness. Inception, elaboration, construction, and transition. Essentially, if you look at it, you look at it from the 5 stages: analysis, design, build, test, and deliver. Your inception stage forms part of your analysis, and then design forms part of your elaboration, and then build forms part of your construction. Testing forms part of your construction, and the transition also includes your delivery. You get the mapping?
Yeah.
The same thing. It's just explanation of what we just spoke now. You have a configuration management system, you have a project management system, you have an environment, you have a deployment, you have a testing system, and you also have a modeling and an implementation. This is there in the unified process. This deck will be definitely shared with you. You can touch base with XLR people for them to do the needful on that. Crystal is another framework that was actually found by one person called Dr. Alistair Cockburn. He's also one of the steering committee members in the PMI-ACP certification exam. And DSDM talks about the earlier framework. You remember we spoke about the collection of frameworks and the discussion where the certifying body DSDM atturned. These are the earliest guys who came along with the Agile Alliance. You have 2 foundation your certificate. One is the DSDM Foundation and the DSDM Practitioner. It's also called as Agile Project Management Group. We don't have much information except for some key information pointers. It is not a subject intensive thing that you're viewing right now. Frequent delivery, continual feedback, constant communication, safety. It's more or less implying the same thing in every apt of certification that you are performing. You spoke about TDD right now, right? What is refactoring?
Refactoring means like, sir, suppose so the code, the next level of development should be latest version. It should not be like you should miss the versioning.
Yes, Raj. What is refactoring? Any idea? Any thoughts?
No.
Okay. Have you all heard of this earlier Y2K bug that happened sometime back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You remember during the Y2K bug, Infosys, Wipro, TCS, Cognizant, all these developers or whoever went on site, they were paid 10 million just to introduce lines and lines of code, kilo lines, mega lines, giga lines of code. What happened? The system itself became so bulky that when you're now trying to understand for what context these lines of code have been introduced, you do not know with what rationale those lines were inserted. What happened? Instead of streamlining the code itself became so bulky that it was becoming impossible to maintain that code. Refactoring essentially talks about modularizing the lines of code such that, for instance, if I have to say, you are delivering some functionality with 15 lines of code, if I'm able to deliver it with 5 lines of code, that is what is called as refactoring. Writing lean code. Get it?
It has nothing to do with
would
like
include red. Huh?
it has nothing to do with the versioning of the code.
Nothing to do with
versioning of the code.
Versioning is something different, sir. Versioning is something different. Streamlining the code or modularizing the code is a key description of refactoring. The steps, see, there are typical steps that you will be asked when you're talking about refactoring. There are steps: red, green, yellow. And one of the, see, you may be asked 1 or 2 questions like this. What is YAGMI? Right? So if that line of code is not needed, why even put that line of code in that first place? So one thing is TDD talks about inserting lean code. ATD talks about lean stories. The 4 steps are discussing, distilling, development, and the demonstration. So the other steps are fractional assessments, empirical process controls. Empirical process controls would actually talk about the 3 legs of an agile process: transparency, inspection, and adaptation. It talks about a chain reaction. If I'm transparent, I can inspect. If I can inspect, I can adapt. If I can adapt, I can transparent. So if you observe, any agile process typically talks about these 3 things: transparency, inspection, and adaptation. And the frameworks, if you look at the agile banner, all of them incorporate these 3 things: transparency, inspection, and adaptation. Value driven delivery essentially talks about positive value, increment value, avoiding potential downsides, and then prioritizing the value so that maximum business value can be delivered. Okay, what are all the checkpoints? Very important, right? How many story points were planned and how many story points have you delivered? But when you're going to deliver to the management, will you talk about story points or will you talk in terms of hours? Will you tell the management I delivered 1,500 story points? Raj and Vishal, have we lost the agility towards the end of the session?
No, sir. Yeah. Tell me.
Huh?
Yeah, sir. What is the question, sir?
Oh, you lost the agility, is it?
Will you tell the management in terms of story points, or will you tell the management in terms of hours?
Yes. You can't tell some story. You have to tell some story in terms of hours, right?
Yeah.
Right? So this retrospective and the backlog grooming is also called as a product backlog updation, and ways and means of improving. See, all these activities are there in the 2 video sessions which I have given you. It has covered everything in length. Okay. Please take a look at it and connect with me offline.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Any questions specifically? Don't worry. Be happy and keep learning. Now tell me. Any specific questions?
Sir, guide us any how we will clear the PMI, like just going through the PM book that you have said, like go through that 3 chapters: schedule, cost, and the procurement. So
see, one thing is, what I can say is, you would want to take a look at the PMBOK and read the 3 chapters on cost, schedule, and procurement. Okay. And the other book which I think is really good is PMI-ACP by Mike Griffiths. Okay. The other thing is Agile Estimation and Planning by Mike Cohn. Other thing is User Stories Applied by Mike Cohn. These are some of the books which I think will be of some use and reference when you are seriously preparing for this examination. But Agile Estimation and Planning is really good. Mike Griffith's book is a really good book. If you can get hold of it from your office library, there's really nothing like it. The 2nd edition, sorry, the Premier edition. Okay.
Yeah.
So Mike,
Sir,
I can give you my contact details. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
Sir, in the end, just give one with the real-time scenarios where we can, you can show us like where we use the most appropriate, like the lean or the Kanban or the expand or the sprint, with the one real example.
Examples that I actually gave you during the Kanban board and the Scrum thing were all real-time examples only actually. I spoke to you about a HR board and the manufacturing system board, right?
Yeah.
They were all real-time examples which I have given. Okay, now that you ask more close for a real-time example on Scrum, see, essentially you need to understand that if too much of emphasis is just given just for the letter Scrum, that can itself become a heavyweight software. Then it is not a light agile framework anymore. It becomes a heavy framework. Okay, so the choice of the framework here becomes really important. Are you really trying to ensure that you're going to deliver value by means of tickets, or are you setting the framework in such a way that you're not going to alter any stories within the sprint? With a 2-week focus, I'll be able to deliver maximum value. I have actually published 2 articles on LinkedIn on this. I'll share that with you here. Okay. Yeah, I think you have sent me a mail, and I think if Raj sends me a mail, I'll reply on top of that. I will give you the links where I published a couple of posts on this choice of a framework and what are the basic understanding points you need to have for an agile framework. It becomes easy to understand, and you'll be able to look at it from an objective perspective. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Too heavy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's not too heavy. Like you need to be more experienced and hands-on in all this. Like see, if it is going to be a, let's say for example, if it is going to be a PL/SQL code, in 1 week you can learn it. These are things that you cannot learn it in a week. Like you need to at least work in it at least for a year or some way.
Exactly.
And no wonder you repeat the same topic 1,000 times. It is going to be the same.
It will be the same. These are frameworks, right?
Correct.
The way you're going to execute the framework may be tailored, but the frameworks will not change. 1 + 1 will always be 2 in whichever standard of life you are studying.
Right, sir.
Right? Unless, of course, you're dealing with binary arithmetic.
One important question.
Yes, please.
What is the scope for agile in current industry?
Okay, very good question. Today, most of the software development activities, when you're talking about software, most of the activities are done in an agile environment today. Because where customer feedback is immediately needed, agile essentially becomes a key. One thing is the PMI-ACP takes your certification and knowledge to a higher level where you're at least sitting down and preparing, and you're having a broader application and perspective of all the agile frameworks under one banner. See, Certified Scrum Master gives you enough information on Scrum. The Kanban management professional talks to you about Kanban, and then DSDM attorney talks to you about DSDM. Whereas Agile Certified Practitioner talks about all the applications of frameworks under one roof. It is something like a big brother certification over all the other certifications which you are looking at.
Okay.
I've given you my mobile number and I will send you across my contact details through mail itself. Please drop me a mail and then I will share with you the links where I've written some articles. You may be wanting to look into this and then get back to me on this. So I hope whatever we have discussed during the past 2 days have made some sense.
Yeah, sir.
So the thing is like instead of going dedicatedly towards a Scrum or a Kanban or a XP or something like that, it would be decent enough to write a PMI-ACP and say that I am agile to work in any of these frameworks.
That's precisely the idea. That's precisely the idea.
Okay.
So before so no more questions, right?
Questions will keep coming.
Sir, actually we are still having a lot of things, but we need to go through the concepts once again, and definitely the question will be there.
Yeah.
See, essentially look at it from a 2-point perspective. I will want to first see if I have done the minimum viable product for my product owners. Knowledge on predictive versus adaptive frameworks. Is it done?
Yes, sir, you can call it done. But still we are in a we are in a learning phase, sir. We are still not the exact practitioner like you. We are still on the transition phase.
That is where the act of unlearning comes into picture. More than the act of learning something new, the act of unlearning something really is difficult, which you need to learn. I cannot do something what I was doing on standard 10 today, right?
Yeah.
And likewise, I cannot do something what I'm doing today 15 years down the line.
Never, sir.
Right? Different types of frameworks and ways to implement them real time. We have done this, right? Balancing certification versus knowledge. We have done this, right?
Right.
Or you still have doubts on that?
No, sir.
So doubt will,
what I
we'll take it offline later. Doubts will keep, like we will keep in touch with in that case.
You can put that as a questionnaire product backlog as a separate artifact that you can create later, and that we'll have as a WhatsApp group. The other thing is, what I'm saying is, from the product backlog, what you actually gave me yesterday was the definition of ready. Now I have translated the definition of ready towards the definition of
done.
Let us see how well you have understood the entire Agile session after having discussed with me. This definition of ready has eventually become what?
Done, sir.
That's all. That's what we have done, right? Now are we done? Are we done?
This PMI-ACP by Mike Griffin's like is the you recommend as the premier one or the 5th edition one?
You got a 5th edition or what?
No, like I have a PDF.
You have a PDF of the 5th edition?
Yeah, I know it's just coming up. Like I'm just asking, should I go for that one or the?
If you have the PDF, please share with me as well, because I have not seen the 5th edition until now.
Oh, okay. I'm just googling it down and I found some link.
Just share with me. See, I have given you my number.
Yeah, 100%. I'll share with you and Vikas as well.
Well, we may have a separate internal WhatsApp committee group, and then you can discuss with me, and then I can share you whatever little I have on this area. Okay?
Yes, sure. Definitely.
Sure.
Okay.
And
so
you have not told about yourself yet.
Huh?
You have not told about yourself yet.
Okay. I happen to be one among the coaching facilitators in the area of Agile, and I'm also one of the training faculty members in my office in the area of Agile and Scrum and other lean practices. I happen to be a speaker in forums like Scrum Alliance and also in sessions like Knowledge Hut. I can share with you some of those links where I have presented topics on organizational transformation and how ways and means we can embrace the culture of change and how we can bring in the act of unlearning versus learning. Okay, I come with around 16 plus years of overall experience, and I worked in organizations like DRDO, as a Council of Scientific Industrial Research as an R&D scientist. And then I've got experience in working with organizations of small, medium, and large capacities like TCS, CTS. And I've also worked in small companies like startups. And I've also practically seen how Agile is driven across every belt and corner of the organization. And I can practically visualize the challenge which an organization goes when it is in the drama of transformation. So with whatever knowledge I have acquired during this, I think I have done my best to share my experiences in a way in which you people can accommodate and where you people can resonate the knowledge after you leave the session. Please let me know if you think something was sufficient or something was insufficient during the course of the discussion.
Yeah, awesome. We'll definitely do that. And you are a coach, right? Agile coach.
Yes.
Okay.
You can search for my profile on LinkedIn. I'll anyway be the two of you please send me an email. I will send you an email on top of it. We can connect offline on LinkedIn.
Pinged you in the email, sheshaguru@gmail.com.
Sorry, Sesh Guru, you have sent me. Raj, I think he sent. You have not, I have not seen your mail.
No,
Oh, you sent now, is it?
No, morning I sent from my email ID.
Okay. Oh, it was yours. So I think Vikash has not sent. I thought it was Vikash.
Yes, sir. Just sending you, sir.
Please. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was wonderful talking to you. Thank you
Fine,
so
sir.
much for the experience.
Amazing being with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Please share with me the 5th edition. I will take a look at it and then I will let you know where we need to focus on.
I'm not sure that if that is the right book. Whatever I download, I'll definitely put it in the Gmail
Please.
group.
Yes, please let me know. Don't share via Gmail. Send me via WhatsApp. This is my WhatsApp number.
Oh, okay.
sir.
Anyway, you'll be sharing this Excel, right?
I will not be sharing. XLR will get back to you.
Oh, this Excel.
This Excel, sir.
This
that
Excel
you
I
are
will give you.
showing us
This
right
Excel I
now.
will give you.
Yeah, in this Excel you have put the mobile number and things, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you can see that here, right? My name and my mobile number is there.
Yeah.
I have separated the digits just in case you don't get confused.
No, that's not a problem.
Great. Thank you for a wonderful session, that too during the weekend. It was a fantastic experience. On behalf of XLR, Raghav and Lakshmi, I would like to thank you all for a great session. And Raghav, I would like to touch base with you after the session so that we can talk on the next steps.